Chapter 48. Leave? No. Nerium had moved faster than Anova could track. He'd put himself between them and the thing that looked like the human boy but wasn't. Oh, what? His eyebrows lifted barely. It didn't match the young man's face. You'll kill the Lord of Death with your bare hands? Or a kitchen knife? His eyes flicked to Maris, where she gripped the knife she'd used to butcher the meat. The Blood Crown's fury ran through Anova. We'll do more than that, Rietvar, she threatened. Rietvar gave a light laugh. No need for that, my dear. I'm not here corporeally. He smiled. No, I just needed to borrow a form that you'd listen to. His words made Anova want to vomit. Reverse what you've done to the moon and we'll talk, she said. He ignored her. Imagine my surprise when I found this. His fingers ran over the human's throat. Impressive work, Anova. I mean that. Anova didn't answer. She couldn't. You're getting stronger. You'll serve me well soon. His eyes hovered over her belly. She wanted to rip his throat out once more just for the gesture. I'll destroy you before you touch me or this child, she said through her teeth. He chuckled. Despite my more mundane forms, I am much too powerful even for you. His eyes snapped from Anova to the human women and he shared a sheepish smile. Even in this body. He started to pace, and she was reminded of a wolf circling prey. Not yet fed, but waiting for the opportunity. Anova shifted to keep herself between the monster in their midst and her human family. If it came to a fight, their only chance was for her and Nerium to keep him occupied long enough to give the others enough time to escape. Emotions tangled in her throat. On their own, she knew they wouldn't be sufficient. She watched him move, the only noise coming from him the soft sound of boots pressing against leaves. In the human's chest was a silence. She had to keep him speaking long enough for her to find a way to get them to safety. Even if it sickened her to entertain his schemes, she needed to do this. What did you do to the moon? She said. What do you think? What do I do? He smiled and answered himself. It is dead. It exists now in my realm. So it's true. Anova hadn't quite believed it, despite the evidence in front of her. But why? She asked. She remembered back to when she'd tried to bargain for Cadmus's life. He'd rejected the Blood Crown on the grounds that he had ultimate power already. What could you hope to gain from it? It's what the witch wanted in our bargain. His brow creased. Are you done with your interrogations yet? She ignored his question. And you got what you wanted. Anova's stomach turned. Had he? Had he killed Hellmyr after all? So close. He tilted his head as he stopped his pacing. I almost have, despite the witch getting everything promised to her. He stepped towards her. That's enough, Nerium said. Rietvar smiled at him. How many decades old are you, Faye? Or is it more? Centuries? Nerium didn't answer, but she saw how Maris's knuckles grew white from the tension of holding her butcher knife. Sometimes it's the oldest ones that are connected to it the most. The moonlust. I wonder if you are one of them. Rietvar's teeth slipped past his lips. I wonder how much longer ones like you can go without it. Anova stepped to the side to draw his attention away from Nerium. She didn't like where this was going, and it was time to put a stop to it. "That's enough, Rietvar! Why are you here? What's your message?" Rietvar licked his lips. "I offer you one last chance to ensure you make good on your part of our bargain," he said to her. "Come with me to my realm, and you and your child will remain safe. Stay in this wretched land." Rietvar's eyes locked onto hers, and she was reminded of the human who'd tried to kill the life growing within her just days ago. "Remember that I'm taking your child. However, you do not have to be alive for that, necessarily." Anova stared open-mouthed at him. Something in the back of her mind sang to her like a lover. "Kill him now." "You bastard!" The words were dragged through her throat. Anova ran for Rietvar, the Blood Crown's magic eager inside her. Rietvar was still smiling when, with a wave of his hand, he forced her to the ground. Anova looked to Juris and her other friends. "Run!" Nerium had already grabbed a blade when he'd started for him. Rietvar didn't even look at him. Before he got close to his borrowed form, the blade clattered to the ground just before he forced the Fae down with it. Unshed tears stung Anova's eyes. They'd never had a chance. "This is why your kind so often bores me," Rietvar sighed. "Predictable, that is, until you are driven to the brink. Then it becomes interesting." He picked up Nerium's blade and pointed it at Anova's throat. "Our bargain prevents you from harming me," she reminded him through her teeth. "Only in that the act itself can't hurt you," he corrected. Something flashed in his eyes as he looked on her. Would he truly kill her to rip her open and take their child? It happened in a blink. Wings the color of shimmering emerald flew into Rietvar's face a second before a Fae fell from the trees above them. Lycasta's sword planted itself straight through the human's neck. Momentum slammed them both to the earth. She was still straddling his back when his head twisted to look at Anova. Oddly, this body didn't bleed even though it ripped and broke along muscle and tissue. "Don't forget that I offered you sanctuary. I get what I want, Anova. Always." The life was gone from the human's eyes once again as Rietvar left the body. Chapter 49. "I don't understand," Anova heard herself say. "There was no forced entry. They were simply dead," Leander said. The singed smell of drowned coals laced the wind around them, but there was something else on the air. Yet it wasn't quite a smell. After observing the behavior of those around her, specifically the Fae, she realized what it was. Tension. For what felt like the first time since they'd fled the Wolfsbane estate and started running, all those in their group had dropped what they'd been doing to listen. Cadmus hadn't left her side since he'd learned what had happened in their absence. Even now, after they'd circled the area dozens of times for any remaining sign of Rietvar, his eyes still bounced between the shadows made by the trees around them. Lycasta was sitting with her head propped against an oak. She hadn't said much after banishing Rietvar from the dead boy's body. 2 moths played in the air above her, and Anova wondered if she was able to control them without the aid of moonlight magic. Anova didn't mind this version of her so much, except that the Fae lady's motives were more opaque to her than ever. Viridia had reappeared with Lycasta, and she suspected the Fae lady had been searching for her. The butterfly rested on a low branch above them. "But what killed these Fae?" Anova asked, her eyes flicking from Leander to Cadmus. The two had found the woodland Fae's apothecary, though they'd returned empty-handed. But that wasn't the worst of it. The shop had been filled with dead Fae. It was Lycasta who answered her. Her eyes remained shut. "You heard the abomination. The moon's gone." Juris squinted at the Fae lady from where he sat next to Anova. "And that means..." Nerium completed the thought. "All Fae have a connection to the moon. It serves us by granting its power to us when its light is visible and unobscured by the sun. But there's more to it than that. Many Fae believe it grants us life." Anova's stomach twisted. She couldn't help but remember what Lycasta had told her the night she'd found out she was pregnant. All Fae infants are born on a full moon. Sometimes Fae pregnancies only take 3 months. Sometimes 12. What's going to happen if we don't undo this ritual? What happens if the moon is truly dead? Anova couldn't speak. Cadmus said what they were likely all thinking. Its absence will kill Fae. We should assume this going forward. Nerium's face was grim when he said it, and she was reminded of Rietvar's veiled threats. It's also why we should change our course to Eastwell Palace, Leander said. No. Are you kidding? Anova laughed, but it wasn't a sound of joy. He hates us. At the same time, Juris shot to his feet and said, We aren't going there. Leander looked at Juris and revealed his pointed teeth in something between a sneer and a smile. And you have a better plan, sneak thief? Your safe house not good enough anymore? He said. My safe house doesn't have intact magical barriers, or medicine. She couldn't help but notice how Leander's eyes flicked to hers for the barest of seconds when he said the words. Her eyebrows came together. They needed medicine for Cadmus's shoulder. She hadn't sustained any real injuries from their battles against Rietvar and the humans. The heartbeat inside her that wasn't hers quivered again, and she realized with a swallow the likely true reason they'd gone to the apothecary in the first place. Her gaze jumped to Juris's, and she saw that he'd realized what Leander had meant, too. He fell quiet. This is all assuming Hellmyr is alive, Anova pointed out. My healing wasn't exactly complete. Another reason we should consider scouting the palace at least, Leander said. It will complicate matters if the Fae King is dead. Anova resisted a shudder from his callous words, though she couldn't quite deny the truth in what he'd said this time. Cadmus surprised her by adding, It goes both ways. Now that the moon's absence has annulled our magic, he would be a fool to deny joining resources considering the situation his kingdom faces. Fae is under invasion in more ways than one. He raised an eyebrow. Well, as long as he's living. Anova shook her head. She'd be the voice of reason here. Even if they were trying to do this for her, the risk was too high. Even if Hellmyr has what we need and the other way around, he won't agree to working alongside us on principle, she said. We're just as much enemies to him as Rietvar or Alice. The Fae fell silent around her, and she felt they were all remembering the way Hellmyr had regarded her and Juris when he'd woken on a table, his chest being carved open under a bloated moon. Anova breathed as she considered it herself. Somewhere in the middle of it all, they'd become mortal enemies. A pain in her chest reminded her of her part in that. He may be the recognized Fae King, but there is another. A de facto second ruler of Fae. Nerium looked to Anova. Out of all of us here, you know her best. Would the king's mother agree to a truce between our parties in service of fighting Rietvar? For a few moments, she considered it. Lotharia had recognized and even fought against the corruption of her lover, the former High King and Hellmyr's father. She'd taught Anova to control the blood crown when it had been eating her alive, and she'd come to an agreement with Anova when she'd wanted to spare the life of her assassin. So long as our reasons are worthy enough, Lotharia could be convinced. But she'd also hated her more and more each time Anova had placed Hellmyr's life in danger. And this time was worse than all the others, she knew. Finally, Anova said to them, "Lotharia will listen to reason." She hoped. Around them, the woods passed in a blur with the occasional glow streaking through the branches. The will-o-wisps played in the air, oblivious to the crises that Faye seemed to be facing from every side. Her breath froze in her lungs at the sight. They must be their own magic, she realized. Cadmus squeezed her hand. She started to slow down to watch them. "We can stop and rest if you need," he said. His words carried on the wind. She shook her head. "No, we need to keep moving forward." Every dark night that passed was another that more lives were taken. Every day that passed, Rietvar got closer to what he wanted. The others were spread in a semicircle with the humans at their center as their group crossed the woods of Eastwoe. As they passed through the trees, she tried to maintain a loose barrier of magic insulating their scents and sounds from the area surrounding them. She'd even done a moderate job at repairing some of Cadmus's new old wounds. Her abilities with the Blood Crown's magic were nothing compared to what the dead High King had done with it, but she was improving most days. She had to. Her gaze snapped to the side when she sighted sudden movement, but it had come from within her barrier. "Leander's over there," she told Lycasta when she'd caught up to the two of them. Lycasta ignored the remark and looked at Cadmus. "Can I speak to Anova? Alone?" Cadmus's eyebrows lifted. He looked to Anova, but she was too shocked by her request to do anything but nod. "I'll be with Nerium," Cadmus said to Anova, though his eyes were on Lycasta still. It was clear what he meant by the words. "I'll be watching." Anova felt much the same. She'd already started to regret agreeing to be alone with her. Though she'd managed not to kill Lycasta during her attempt at healing her broken rib, that didn't mean that the desire wasn't at least a little there. She suspected the feeling was likely mutual. "What is it?" Anova asked. "There are certain signs you need to be aware of," Lycasta said. "Things you should pay attention to." "Signs?" "Signs your body is ready to give birth," Lycasta said. Anova stared at her. She wasn't sure what she'd expected from her, but it hadn't been this. "You said all Fae are born on nights with full moons. So unless Rietvar—" Anova stopped talking. "Unless you truly are as dull as I'd feared, I think you know what could happen," Lycasta said as her lip lifted. "Even if you don't understand our biology." "Not really," Anova snapped back at her. "In case you hadn't noticed, none of this has happened before. How could I know?" But as she said the words, she acknowledged that she did know. In the silence that filled the air around them like a second barrier, Anova whispered after a moment, "It could be a stillbirth." Within her heart of hearts, Anova had known this already. "You need to be aware of the symptoms. Even if you are still months from when it should happen, you no longer have the moon's fullness as a guide." Lycasta stared forward. Increased pain, nausea. Her eyes flicked to her face. A craving to feel moonlight. Those are the most common signs, though your body will tell you in no uncertain terms when it's time. Listen to it, and you'll know. As she digested the information she'd given her, as somewhat vague as it was, Anova glanced at her. Why should Lycasta want to help her at all? An answer occurred to her. If this is an attempt to repay me for what I did for you after we left the estate, Anova said after some minutes, you should know I did it for Juris. The words had come out strange. They didn't have the biting sarcasm Anova usually adopted when talking to Lycasta. Soft, intermittent light from the gloom woods around them passed across Lycasta's bronze skin. The brown waves of her hair were perfectly arranged about her face. She was as beautiful as a doll. No, more than that. She was like a fey goddess come to life. All Lycasta said before she left her was, I know. Chapter 50. They entered Eastwoe proper around midnight. Anova considered once again how different this world was to the one she'd been raised in. In the human lands, the witching hours were for sneaking and stealing, and certainly not for treating with potential allies. But as every plan that Cadmus proposed, this was a strategic decision in more than one sense. This was the time the greatest percentage of Fae were likely to be awake, and it coincided with the biggest meal of their waking hours. If this was to work, they had to approach Hellmyr's stronghold not as enemies but as peacemakers. Cadmus had argued that it was imperative they signal their intent primarily through their actions, because they might not get to exchange words before Hellmyr shut them out. Lotharia will see reason, Anova reminded herself. All she had to do was get to her. Pain twitched in her belly at the thought of what they were risking here. We risk more by aimlessly moving through Fae, she reminded herself, though the reminder helped little. Anova was at the head of their group with Cadmus and Nerium holding torches on either of her sides. There wasn't really a soul among them who could be counted as friendly towards the Fae King anymore, but she had the best chance of breaking the barrier. She now knew how to find the evidence of magic around her, and she saw the shimmer of Hellmyr's barrier clearly once the palace was in sight. Anova had once walked into Eastwoe Palace without difficulty, though she suspected that was because Hellmyr had spelled the barrier to allow her, or perhaps any human, safely through it. After all, both times that she'd come here on her own, he'd been expecting her. That's because it was a trap both times, she considered. The thought didn't particularly make her feel better about their plan, but they had no better option. The palace was as she'd remembered it. Wrought iron roses twisted around each other, forming the walls around the palace. Even from this distance and in the sullen darkness, she could see the outline of the carved goblins perched on their sullen posts all around the structure. The wide central window where Lirin had nearly been left to die stretched above the main entrance. From the other side of the barrier, she couldn't tell if they'd yet been spotted by Hellmyr's guards or not. What do you think? Cadmus moved a few strands of her hair behind her ear. She walked closer to it, and her hand moved over the barrier. From experience, she knew that Hellmyr was fond of magic that blocked not only the entry of outsiders and their arrows, but also that which blocked out sound, too. There was only one way to speak with Hellmyr and Lotharia. We have to break through it, Anova said. She touched it, and it was as solid as a wall. She could force it apart, she figured. She'd broken Fae barriers before. Anova swallowed as she remembered the last time she'd used the blood crown for that purpose. It had been when she'd needed to cross from Urbess back into Fae, and she'd paid a high price for her clumsy effort. The attempt had stolen days of her time. But that was when I was human, and the blood crown was killing me, she argued with herself. Lycasta, she called as she walked to her. How did you get through his barrier before? Lycasta leaned against a pole holding a lantern. She didn't even bother looking at her, even when she called her name. The human girl. I gave Sarah reserves of magic to weaken the barrier from inside. Yes, but I actually meant when I ordered Viridia to retrieve you. Lycasta looked at her suddenly. Her expression told Anova that she should know the answer to her question already. It was open for me. A small area, Lycasta finally responded. What do you... Anova stopped herself and blinked. Just before Viridia had dragged the moth that had been Lycasta inside her bathing chambers, she'd experienced an odd feeling. I did it. I opened Hellmyr's barrier for them, just for a second. Anova felt dizzy. How could she have used magic without realizing it? As she went back to examine the palace's barrier, Anova noticed something that made her pause. There was an odd smell on the air, a mixture of animal scents that didn't belong on the empty streets of Eastwoe. It was faint, however. Anova looked to the palace before them. Was she smelling that from the other side of the barrier? A feast, perhaps? She noticed something else strange then. Anova reached out and stopped Juris from walking right into her. Della and Damaris had left him by himself to speak with Nerium. He'd been so focused on pacing that he hadn't even seen her. She knew him well enough to know the signs of stress in him. What's wrong? She asked. Juris jerked his gaze up. Nothing. Sorry. Don't let me distract you. Her eyes went to his hands, but he'd already shoved them under his armpits. He'd been shaking. No, I know something's wrong, she said. What's going on? He turned away from her. Go back to your work. Break through the barrier, I'm fine. Bullshit! Anova shoved herself in front of him once more. When she spoke again, her voice was a rough whisper. I thought we agreed no more of this. Juris's eyes darted between hers and the palace. This is what's best for everyone else, but I'm not going inside. An ache pierced her heart at his words. She'd been the mastermind of their plan to kidnap Hellmyr, and she'd told herself that doing so had been a necessary evil to save Cadmus. But she hadn't bargained on it hurting Juris, too. Then again, things had seemed somehow easier when she'd thought it was her that Hellmyr was cursed to, and not Juris. Anova stared at him. You can't do that. You'd be hunted out there. You've seen that, Juris. I'd be hunted in there, too, he said back in a rough voice. She shook her head. Hellmyr may be an ass, but he'll need to see reason. Besides, he promised to kill me if we saw each other again, Juris said in a rush. What? The word was wrenched from her gut. Hellmyr was wicked, manipulative, ambitious, wildly possessive. But this, he wasn't this. He wants to rid himself of the curse. By ridding himself of me. His words chilled her. That sounded like Hellmyr, and it made her fear for Juris's safety. Hellmyr had always been haunted by the witch's curse and the events that had led to it. But to promise such a thing is a new low, even for Hellmyr. Anova! Cadmus's voice shot through the air. Anova smelled it then. It was the scent she'd noticed earlier, but she realized what it truly was now. It was a mask for another scent. Behind me! She shouted, but the humans had already surrounded them. They were outnumbered by dozens. Her heart hitched in her chest. They'd covered themselves in animal furs to trick their Fae sense of smell. It was too cunning not to be Alice's handiwork. One of the men had already grabbed Maris by the wrist. Fury rose inside Anova like a dark storm cloud. The magic of the blood crown ran white-hot through her, and she formed a spear on the air seconds before firing it at the heart of the man who'd touched her friend. It hit him square in the shoulder, inches from a killing shot, but he went down all the same. Behind her, Lycasta and Leander each fought off a group of men by themselves. Nerium was busy protecting himself and Della from 3 men in wolf skins, and Cadmus hadn't left her side since the humans had appeared. Juris was holding his own for the moment, though she knew she needed to keep one eye out for him. Especially since he'd apparently decided to sacrifice his own safety for theirs. Anova returned her focus to what was happening in front of her as Cadmus hissed in pain. One of the humans had struck him on his good side. Sweat ran down her back as she forced another spear of heat and light and aimed this one at the man who'd struck Cadmus. "Leave this place! If a war is what Alice wants," she said through her teeth, "then she should face me herself." The man glared from the other side of a steel blade. "We fight for no one but ourselves. We're here to reclaim what's ours by right. The tariffs making our people poor, and the lives your people have stolen but not repaid." Your people. She wanted to say that these were her people too. That the lives of her people had been taken by the Fae too. Like her mother. But none of those words came out of her throat. Instead, she said, "The old High King is dead. There are no more tariffs." "Tell that to the Fae soldiers who collect it monthly still," he said. Hellmyr wouldn't have allowed that, she argued in her head, but an explosion across their heads broke her focus. White shards of rock had been flung through the air, some sharpened and others as blunt as stones. Most of their projectiles missed them, but then she saw their true purpose. At first, many ricocheted off the glint suspended in the air, making the invisible barrier visible where they hit. But as she watched, cracks started to flash into existence before fading like lightning bolts. They weren't merely rocks. They were chunks of salt, and they were using them to shatter the Fae spell. Though moonlight had already been harvested to cast this magic in the first place, allowing it to function without the moon's presence, it wasn't immune to the corrupting effects of salt. "They're going to break it apart," she gasped to Cadmus. If the barrier failed, more than these humans would take advantage of it. Alice's entire army would flood the palace. As another blast of salt soared above their heads at the same time that a scream pierced the air behind her, she twisted to see what had happened, and her stomach dropped. Juris had been driven back against the barrier. Blood was splattered across his front, and the white salt dust had fallen on his shoulders. He'd taken a deep slash along his face that leaked red through his hand as he stumbled backward. His eyes darted from hers and back to the figures wearing cloaks of predator and prey animals alike crowding him. He showed his teeth at them. Juris is a survivor, she told herself. But she couldn't stop thinking about what he'd said to her moments ago. He wants to rid himself of the curse by ridding himself of me. Her gaze darted to the central window set in the palace's facade just beyond the barrier, and she thought she saw a shadow move. No, she definitely had. Her teeth clamped together. Fated to him, and you'd let him die before you? There was no choice left to her now, not if she wanted to save them all. Just as one final siege of salt rained down against the magicked wall, a fault appeared like the tear of a great mountain. The barrier blinked before splintering down the fault. "Not without us." The words were dragged from her throat as the blood crown's destructive magic burst from her like the sun. Chapter 51. Everything was light and heat. Panic rose in Anova's throat like vomit. She was being sacrificed to the fire once again. It had come back for her, hungry and cheated of a burnt body. This time it would take every last bit of her life, and the one growing within her, too. The old burns along her legs seared already. This time she would melt. A familiar double voice hissed over the flames. "Do you want to die here?" Malor touched her cheek. "It's a simple question." A body was pushed in front of her. Anova blinked too rapidly as dizziness assaulted her. There weren't any flames here. Malor was gone. Cadmus crouched low before her, defending her. "You will not touch her!" he snapped at an oddly shaped bear. She realized too sluggishly that it wasn't a bear but a man. A mountainous one, but a man all the same. Her mind registered the world around her too quickly and too slowly all at once. She remembered why she was here. "My little brother. I found his body mangled in the woods near a doused fire." The man's face had been painted red. "Yet he wasn't killed by an animal, man, or even a fae." The bear man lunged for them with an axe weapon, but Cadmus was too quick for him. He twisted the man's arm that gripped the lower part of the weapon, their faces close enough to touch. "Cadmus!" she gasped, but a new pain was washing over her. Low in her belly, the pain sat like a goblin. "You will leave this place and never come back," Cadmus spat in his face. With one final twist, he freed the axe. It spun into the air past the glimmer barrier. But the man pulled from his sleeve a hidden knife the size of his pinky finger. His gaze passed over hers as he moved, and a dark emotion writhed in his eyes like a flame. "Only a monster could have done that to my brother." Anova froze at his words. She couldn't seem to think, or at the very least move. Monster. Before Cadmus could try to block him, an arrow landed in the man's throat, and he collapsed before them. Leander shouted across a sea of bodies. "They're coming!" Cadmus steadied her as he nodded in thanks to his twin. Before more enemies found them from the fights around them, he said to her, "Can you stand? He's right. If we don't do something, they'll overtake the palace." "I'm fine," she gasped. She looked up to see that she'd gotten them through the barrier and near the palace, but for a price. The humans' army was still pouring inside the barrier from the crack they'd made from their salt barrage. Anova's gaze stopped on Cadmus's bruised face and bloodied clothes. He'd done so much for them, both her and the future child within her. She needed to end this, but she'd need his help once more. "Can you cover me? Just a little while longer," she said. His eyes smoldered at her. "Only until one of us stops breathing." A swallow stuck in her throat at his words. Wordlessly, they got into position beside one another. Without even using his blade, Cadmus hurled a man out of his path towards Anova and into another fight. Anova raised her hands and faced the fracture in the barrier above the fighting. A quick glance across the area revealed that all their group had made it inside, though her gaze stopped on Juris for a second. At the same time, relief and trepidation mixed within her at the sight of him. There was no sign of Hellmyr or his soldiers. She had to trust that her allies could hold their own for the moment. The fracture was barely visible higher up, but she could see it better the more she concentrated. She stopped breathing as she readied the magic within her. She'd done this before without even realizing it. It should be easy. While the Blood Crown's cursed magic flowed through her freely, she wondered at the man's words. In her mind's eye, she watched him die again. Only a monster. Do you want to die here? She'd already chosen to live despite what it had made her into. That had been the condition of using the blood crown to preserve her life. She'd already chosen, so then why had she faltered when he'd said that? A final series of twinkles appeared on the air as the magic in her finished sewing together the barrier. In her focus, she'd lost track of the battle. Among the bodies still standing, a dead quiet had blanketed them. Cadmus was still shielding her when Hellmyr's guards swarmed them. Quick swords lopped the heads off those struggling on the ground. Excellent. Now that you're done repairing the damage you've wrought, you can be punished for attempting to trespass in the king's palace. Anova's gaze snapped up, but it was merely one of his head guards, sneering at her from the other side of a steel blade. Each of their party had been met by the pointed side of one, though she was thankful none of them were among those headless on the ground. You mean for preventing an attack on the king's palace? Anova corrected for him, just as the sound of skin striking skin thundered through the air. Don't touch me! Lycasta hissed at one of the guards. Red bloomed across one of his cheeks where she must have slapped him. Heat rose in Anova. They needed to stop this from escalating. Fast. But he'd already shoved a boot at her, sending her to the ground. Some distance away, something gleamed in Leander's fist. A weapon. Anova blocked the path of the guard that seemed to be in charge. You'll want the king. She tilted her head at him. She knew how things worked here, at least. I'm sure he wouldn't be very happy if he missed this. But even as she said the words, her heart hammered faster. What would Hellmyr say once he saw them? What would he do? She might be putting them in a worse situation by summoning him. But the face of the guard was impassive. The king is in here. Without breaking eye contact, he said to the other guards. All survivors go in the dungeons. Kill the ones that resist. The rest of her party looked to her and Cadmus, and she kept outwardly calm for them. They weren't here to war with Hellmyr and the Fae aligned with him. But she couldn't seem to get the guard's words out of her head. The king isn't here. Did that mean he was gone from the palace? Or something worse? As the edge of a sword nudged her forward, she saw another guard try the same with Lycasta where she was on the ground. The Fae lady twisted out of the way. Litharia, Anova blurted at the guard. Summon me the king's mother. I don't have to listen to you, he said back, and Anova realized that her power here had waned since freeing herself of this place. Do they know what happened? Has Hellmyr been here at all? Her stomach sank. She'd never seen this Fae before in her life, despite living at the palace for some moons. Once these guards marched them inside the palace on the other ends of their swords, there'd be little chance of speaking with them as equals from then on. Her mind ran through all the names and faces she'd come to know there. Unferth! She spun to face the rest of his guards and called out. I would speak with Unferth! He'd been one of Hellmyr's highest in command, and one of those that had acted decently towards her without Hellmyr's prodding. The guard's sword found her exposed neck. You'll do as I say now, or I'll open your throat. Like hell you will, Cadmus growled, but two other guards had already trained their swords on him. Heat spread through her veins as the Blood Crown's magic responded to the threat before her. A fight wasn't what they needed, but it would be what these Fae would get. You release them to me, Argus, unless you forget Our Lady's orders. Suddenly, Unferth had appeared next to her Fae guard. His words didn't leave room for doubt. I did not, but perhaps you did, Argus hissed. No visitors, no intruders. As Litharia's appointed commander, I have the final say on who is a visitor or intruder, Unferth said. His fey eyes flashed in warning. After a moment, Argus lowered his weapon and the others did the same. As Unferth led her group inside the palace, Argus called to him. Lady Lotharia should clarify these differing orders herself, Unferth. Your chain only stretches so far. The light of lanterns hanging in the halls of Eastwoe Palace passed over Unferth's russet skin as he walked them into the palace. You have 30 seconds to tell me why I did that, Unferth said without preamble through his teeth. His words had barely carried, but his actions were clear enough. Despite what he'd said to Argus, they were walking towards the dungeons. He didn't trust them either. This was a test. Depending on what she said, they'd be held as prisoners until Lotharia decided they were worth checking on or Hellmyr arrived. And that assumed he'd want them out of his dungeons. Or Anova considered why Unferth had deigned to intervene at all. Certainly, he'd been one of Hellmyr's commanders and was more familiar with Anova, Juris, and the others who had briefly lived in the palace. But that didn't mean they'd been on friendly terms, even before Anova and Juris had left with Hellmyr. It didn't make sense for him to risk his authority on them. Anova thought back to their conversation outside the palace. Her heartbeat picked up. I'm sure you've seen it. This land is dying. We're here because we need to work together. She paused. His reaction would tell her what she needed to know. Unferth, I need to speak with Lotharia. That's not possible, he said after a moment. It will have to be possible. Cadmus walked on her other side and addressed Unferth. We can't stand separately against both the tides of the human war and the one who stole the moon. Unferth's jaw moved. You've walked into a situation you know nothing about. Anova's heart galloped ahead of her. She'd already figured it out. Answer me honestly, then, she said, darting ahead of the king's commander to block his path. Hellmyr hasn't been back since the night of the full moon. Unferth didn't say a thing, but the hand covering the hilt of his sword at his waist twitched. His heartbeat betrayed him by telling the truth. Her guess had been right. Though she felt Cadmus's eyes bolted on her in concern for her safety, she stepped closer to the Fae commander. This time, she didn't ask the question on her tongue, but he answered anyway. Unferth's nod was subtle but unmistakable. He'd been covering this up to prevent a coup. Lotharia was dead. And at the most vulnerable it had ever been, Fae didn't have a ruler. Chapter 52. An assassination? Cadmus asked. There was hope in his voice. But Unferth shook his head. When I went to Lady Lotharia's rooms one evening before nightfall to update her on our search for the king, she was already gone. All that was left of her body was an outline of bolete caps. A natural Fae death. Anova's gaze jumped between the faces of the Fae gathered in Hellmyr's war room. Cadmus, Leander, and Nerium were looking at each other while the only evidence of change on Lycasta's indifferent face was a narrowing of her eyes. Could you clarify? She asked Cadmus. Fae may not wither and age such as humans do, but we do eventually, he said. The oldest of us have returned to the earth at the end of centuries. Otherwise, we die from poisons and drownings and all other causes that humans do. He frowned. But a natural Fae death is slow. Lotharia wasn't old enough for that, and neither were the Fae in the herbal shop. Nerium caught his gaze and said, This is Rietvar's work. The others don't know about it yet, Unferth said across from them. I have kept it secret to avoid a revolt for the kingship. Leander gave a nod. It seems you're very nearly on the verge of it now. Haven't you found any signs of them? Not since these two left with him the night of the last moon. Unferth's gaze was heavy on her and Juris, his arms crossed against his chest. Does the Blood Queen and her attending care to explain that? Anova swallowed. Blood Queen. For the first time since they'd entered the room, Juris spoke. We told you. Rietvar and the witch Alice are working together to target him. Unferth stared at him. And you brought him to them. This is on you, then. He shook his head. I should have listened to Argus. The temperature of the room raised. This isn't going how it needs to, Anova thought. And yet, your inaction has weakened your position here, and by extension the entire Fey realm, Lycasta said. The humans are only getting more aggressive. This palace is a plump bird in the bush, oblivious to the cat staring down at it. Would you have had me make the announcement? Unferth's eyebrows raised. So more chaos? You are missing the point. Lycasta's delicate eyebrows raised to match his as she tilted her head. A leader would have been helpful. There was chaos enough out there already without them knowing about the king's mother. Chaos enough? Unferth laughed, but it was joyless. I suppose a would-be murderess knows enough about chaos to lecture the king's commander on it. He stepped closer to her. I remember the days we hunted for you, Moth Tamer. He'd have had us kill you, had you not hidden so well. His lip raised in a sneer. That's enough. We came here to face a common enemy, not to trade threats, Anova said to the room. Hellmyr is absent from his throne. Lotharia is dead. We are at war. The reality is that all of Fey is at risk whether we fight or not. If we accomplish nothing here, we risk losing everything. She breathed. The words had started so quickly that she'd surprised even herself with what she'd said. But she knew what needed to come next, even if she felt like a stranger in someone else's body when the words came from her mouth. She locked eyes with Unferth. The balance of power between yours and Argus's hangs by a thread here. Deny me, but he is eager for bloodshed. When he didn't respond, she moved her gaze to them all. There was one who could claim the authority needed to helm an army against Rietvar and the invading humans without more blood spilled. Anova felt the heavy truth of it within her, and heard the words as if someone else spoke them. I will lead in Hellmyr's stead, she said to them all. So long as I have your support. The room fell quiet for several moments, and she felt a fool. Who was she to claim this authority? She'd always rebuked the Blood Crown's title, High Queen of Fey. Such absolute power was a poison. But what if this can be something different? It was this garish hope that had encouraged those words from her mouth, she knew. Cadmus's hand squeezed her fingers before he dropped it and stepped to the table next to her. It goes without saying that I stand beside you, no matter what. Anova swallowed. She knew she shouldn't have doubted it, and yet... Not too long ago, they'd plotted to kill the last Fey, claiming the title that came with the crown on her head. The leader of Fey will need an advisor, even if just provisionally. For a second, Nerium's eyes gleamed in the dark. I'm with you as well. She smiled at the Fey. I would be glad to have your help, both of you, she said as her gaze went back to Cadmus. She felt a weight lift from her. To her surprise, Leander spoke up next. This is our best option. I'm only surprised you didn't try to seize power earlier. Anova accepted his support with a nod. She looked at Lycasta, leaning against one of the room's few windows, but she didn't meet her gaze before her friends spoke. Do you truly need to ask? Maris said, though her eyes smiled. At the same time, Juris slammed one of his hands down on her shoulder. Let's do this. But Unferth was still staring at her, silent. She believed her own words. If they were going to avoid an insurrection, not only in the palace but across all of Fae, they needed a ruler not only with some claim to the kingship, but also the support of Hellmyr's strongest followers. To have one and not the other meant risking civil war. Finally, he said, If the kingship is what you wanted by coming here, you would have claimed it already and slit my throat. So I guess I trust you, Blood Queen. That is, on the condition that you find the Fae King and bring him back. We should find the witch first, Cadmus said. She's the key to stopping Ritvar, returning the moon to the night sky, and calling off the humans. Hellmyr can't do that. And he could be dead, Anova thought but didn't say. He had to be alive. Cadmus was right, though they needed them both. I'll find them, Lycasta said. I'm the only one who can now that we can't rely on Fae magic. Anyone else would only waste time. Anova considered her words. Lycasta was one for the task, certainly. With her trained moths, she was uniquely suited to this in a world without moon magic. But could she trust her with something so important? She'd nearly died trusting her before. Anova had promised herself never to make that mistake again. Just as the no nearly came off her tongue, Anova realized something else as she looked at the Fae Lady. They shared a strange and bloodied history together, though Anova had always been able to, at least retrospectively, understand Lycasta's motives. But lately, she hadn't been acting as Anova had predicted. It was almost as if she were trying to reconcile with her and Cadmus. She was caught by Alice when I asked her to deliver a message to Nerium. But it wasn't as if she were bound by oath or magic to complete the task. It would have made more sense for her to flee when she saw the estate was occupied. Was she trying to release them? It would have made more sense regarding the severity of her injuries. And then there were her words to Anova in the Eastwoe woods. Anova spoke before she could change her mind. I'll leave it to you, but we can't afford failure, so you're not going alone. Red stained Lycasta's cheeks, but before she could speak, Leander said, I'm going with her. Lycasta was silent, but her gaze darted to his face. He didn't look back. All right, fine then, Anova said. She felt more comfortable knowing Leander would accompany her, if only to support her against the witch. If it's possible to bring her to us at all. Anova wasn't convinced, but they had to try. I'm coming too, Juris said suddenly. After declaring his support for her, he'd remained at the edges of their conversation, watching the rest of them argue. Anova's throat tightened around his name. Juris. He looked between her, Lycasta, and Leander. I won't be a burden. Or if I become one, leave me behind. Leander had already nodded in assent, but the matter wasn't settled yet. Not by far. Juris was human. She might have trusted Leander and Lycasta to help them save the Fae realm, but she wasn't a fool. They'd leave him behind as soon as they caught any sign of him not keeping pace. Perhaps even before then. Anova stepped close to him and dropped her voice. Juris, she pled. He's going to try to kill you. She didn't say it, though. She was sure they were both thinking it. He was her friend. Despite the title she'd adopted of temporary leader, this was not someone she ever wanted to command. But Juris held her gaze. You know I have to find him. Besides, he said louder, I think I'm the only one who can. If he can be convinced, this is the way. In her heart, she knew it was the truth. She grasped his hand. "Remember to come back alive," she whispered. Juris simply smiled. "I've been good at that so far." Chapter 53. "You've betrayed our kind to let a human take the throne." Argus and his most ardent followers were on the lawn before Eastwell Palace. Anova had hoped to settle the matter privately, or at least without an audience. Unferth and Cadmus were on either of her sides. She knew she had the former to thank for such a bloodless transition of power, and the latter for keeping her relatively sane throughout it. Many of the Fae within the palace, such as the servants and the king's guard, recognized her. For the others that didn't know or trust her, it had helped that they'd presented a united front with the rest of Hellmyr's staff. Until now, that was. While she saw the smolders of anger in Cadmus's stare at the other Fae and related too well, Anova resisted the feeling. Anger could be useful here, certainly, but she had something else in mind. She gave a light laugh. "And where is this human?" Argus showed his teeth at her. "Don't trifle with me. I know who you are and what you were." She looked upon him without any mirth left on her face. "Then you know what I've done to get here." As Anova stepped forward, her dress's slit revealed some of her burnt legs. Such a disfigurement was a rarity among the Fae, and she knew by now that the juxtaposition of her Fae features and such a glaring flaw caught them off guard. She noted his eyes on them. "And you know what I'm willing to do." Just as conning was, politics had turned out to be all theater. It made her feel more comfortable with it than she perhaps ought to have felt. He didn't respond to her, instead turning to the Fae at her side. "And you, Unferth, you kept the death of the king's mother from us all in order to supplant her with your chosen ruler." At this, she was silent. The eyes of the palace staff were on them. It was true. Even if Unferth had kept the matter quiet to prevent Fae from delving into chaos. "My chosen ruler is King Hellmyr. This is not a usurpation," Unferth said. He raised an eyebrow. "Or did you have a different king in mind, Argus?" Argus's jaw flicked with suppressed anger, though his voice was even. "I want what's best for Fae." They'd struck a nerve, it seemed. "The Blood Queen is on the side of Fae," Unferth shot back. Anova pointed to the barrier where it flashed at her gesture. She'd spelled it to allow all Fae to come and go. "If you prefer the company of humans wearing wolf skins, then leave." The eyes of the Fae behind them bore into Argus. He must have noticed, for when he spoke to them. "Follow her if you must. But he's after her. The moon thief and the creature of the Black Night." His eyes traveled back to Anova. "I refuse to stay and wither into nothingness when he steals my soul. I'd rather die out there." With those words, Argus and his company passed through the barrier. They left nothing behind but a glimmer where their bodies disappeared beyond the magic. Anova turned to the palace's staff behind them. "You should join him if you think the same," she declared. "Servants, you owe no debt any longer to repay. This is no trick." It started with a couple of their cooks. They slipped quickly through the crowds and sprinted behind Argus's army without looking back. Next came a heavy portion of their guards. They took their time picking through the other Fae, some of them giving sidelong looks at her as they passed. As they left, more of the palace's staff filtered to the barrier in small groups. It happened only within a few minutes. When the last of those who wanted to leave passed through the barrier, she counted their losses in her head. They were left with half of the Fae they'd started with the greatest loss to their armed guards and those who had come from their training grounds in Westvold. Most of them had seemed to agree with Argus, or perhaps they believed they could improve their chances of survival on their own. They'd retained most of the others, such as their kitchen staff and stable hands, though even there, too many had left. Surprisingly, all the servants had stayed. Maybe she shouldn't have been surprised. Other than Hellmyr, those were the Fae that had known her best here. In truth, she hadn't expected so many to desert, though perhaps she should have. After all, Unferth had been keeping Lotharia's death a secret when their company had walked in and appeared to seize the throne in opportunity. At least those who remain trust us, she considered. I hope. It would have to suffice. Nerium intercepted them in the halls of the palace and nodded to the commander of the guard beside her. Your scouts have found something, Unferth. Anova's heart hammered. Is it Hellmyr? Not him. A band of humans is fighting the Fae who live in East Woe's woodlands. It's not something I'd consider under our circumstances normally, however. Assuming our help sways the woodlanders to join us here, we could use the bolster to our forces. Unferth looked to Nerium and said, Argus took more than his share of the palace's Fae, most of which were our guards. But can we afford to expend the resources? Cadmus's eyes flicked to her when he said it. He looked back to Nerium. This may be war, but we need to fight the generals. We need Rietvar and the witch. Ah, you misunderstand me. He held one finger out. The scouts were adamant that a strange cloaked figure is leading these humans. The human's face slipped into view enough for them to confirm the description. Young, dark braided hair, likely female. Alice, Anova breathed. There could be little other explanation. She'd finally showed herself. Juris, Lycasta, and Leander had already left, but she realized then that Alice might have left a trail for them to follow across Fae. Despite herself, she was still underestimating the witch. Anova asked Unferth. We have enough guards to spare for this? Not really. But then again, we don't need a wall of guards to win this one. Unferth's sharp gaze sized up the other two Fae with them, though he still addressed her. How much experience do your strategist and advisor have in the tactics of infiltration and hostage-taking? Cadmus's smile was wide. I think I like this one. Chapter 54. Juris kept utterly still, or as still as was possible on the back of one of Lycasta's oversized moths. Closing his eyes helped him forget a little bit about the open air below them. They'd left East Woe just over a day ago, and they'd made considerable progress since then. As the chill seeped into his toes and fingers, Juris knew without having to look where they were heading. Lycasta's moths had found a strong lead for the Fae King going north. His plan drummed in his chest like a second heartbeat, but he kept himself calm as he listened in on the Fae riding moths near him. Their words were low, but up here anything so much as a gasp carried. Why did you do it? You still haven't answered. It was Leander's voice. Lycasta said, It matters not. I wasn't successful. Too many seconds passed before the other Fae said anything back. If you think that a foolhardy attempt to rescue Nerium and my brother would earn my forgiveness, I did it because I wanted to, she said. Something cold traveled from his extremities to his center. He hadn't given much thought to why Lycasta had been so bruised when they'd retrieved her from Alice's forces. She tried to save them. His stomach twisted at Leander's words. It was a dangerous thing to do. The words were soft and almost too quiet for Juris to hear, making him doubt if he'd heard Leander right. Just then, he remembered the Fae's words to him before they'd broken inside the occupied Wolfsbane estate. Saving her is not a choice. No, he wasn't so sure of that. It would have been abundantly easier for the both of them to leave Fae and never look back. All of what Leander had done that night had been a choice. But didn't that make his actions more powerful? More meaningful? It was the fact that he could have turned away from ever seeing her again despite what she'd done, from not knowing if she'd lived or died, that made Juris certain of it. Juris wondered when he'd stopped thinking about Leander and Lycasta and started thinking about two others. Going through with the plan he'd formed would be a similar kind of choice, fraught with risk and dangerous. But it would be his choice to make, and not because of a magicked fate or out of obligation. Juris pretended to come to, stretching and scoping what was visible on the horizon before them. After a few more minutes of silence, he said to them, "I'm going after him alone. We all know where this trail heads." His gaze hovered on the stone fortress nestled among the snow-coated pines. Farstar Castle. "You want us to leave you?" Leander said. "You're just human. Yes. If he yet lives, I'm also the only one who could convince him to come back." Juris looked at Lycasta. "Go find the witch. That's who you need to bring to Eastwoe. We don't have time to find both otherwise." "He's right," she said to Leander. "The witch's trail will be harder to find, and we need her." Her tone sharpened at the mention of Alice. Leander's eyes bore into his, but he nodded. Less than an hour later, they landed. His moth's feathery antennae twitched in the cold when Lycasta approached them. Snowdrops melted on her bronze skin as she shoved a fur coat at him. Juris accepted it without thinking, feeling the shock written on his features but trying to hide it. "You have one day until my moth returns to me. She waits here," Lycasta said. He wasn't quite sure what to make of this Fae lady anymore, so he settled on a nod. He looked at Leander as they mounted the oversized moths again. "We'll meet at Eastwoe," Leander said to him. Before their moths disappeared into the white sky above him, the words slipped out of Juris's mouth. "You were wrong," he called to Leander. "It was a choice." Leander looked down at him, but he couldn't hear if he responded back. They were gone in seconds. Snow blanketed everything, and even in the daytime, Farstar's skies were an opaque gray. Juris thanked the snow for its brilliance. He was well over traveling through the woods in darkness and seeing things in the shadows. Here, there was nothing but stillness and quiet. Unfortunately, it left him too alone with his thoughts. Is this the right thing to do? The logical, survivor voice within him was loud to answer. "Hell no, it's not. He wants to murder me." But he supposed he was well over doing the right thing, too. And then there was the cold possibility that what he'd find would only be a corpse. He couldn't linger on that, though. Not if he wanted to keep pushing forward. The snowfall was slow at the moment, which meant that he'd be able to track his way back to the moth waiting for him. Soon, the trees thinned enough for him to sight the black gates of Farstar's castle. Juris looked up to the spires rising above the high wall that pointed to the snow-laden clouds above. Something odd caught his eye along one of the castle's towers. Most of the castle's stone exterior was remarkably bare. Looking at it from a burglar's perspective, this made it nigh impossible to scale and break into. A single balcony and glass door had been built into the side of the tallest of them. Judging by appearances, it seemed to be an addition to the original structure. Undoubtedly, this had been Hellmyr's design. As he looked, a swallow caught in his throat. It was nearly invisible to his eyes, they'd nearly drowned in the whiteness of his surroundings, but it was clear enough for him to know it wasn't an illusion. There was a wavering lantern flame on the other side of the glass. His heart galloped faster as he realized. He was here. There was no sign of any other life, though. Juris walked to the gate, acutely aware of how exposed he was now that he'd left the pines. No fey magic or barrier stopped his approach, and he freely touched the gates and stone walls to ensure he hadn't missed one. Heavy on the black metal was a complex fey lock. Juris lifted it in his palm, peeked within its several keyholes, and turned his attention elsewhere. While he was a fair lockpick, he didn't relish the idea of spending a few hours with this lock in the snow. No, he considered as he looked up. There was a faster way. The stone walls that were connected to the metal gates might not have been scalable, but there was a glaring oversight to the castle's security in plain view. Juris shook his head. Fey. Always worrying about the wrong thing. Like appearances over functionality. The gates themselves, two metal monstrosities, curled with the designs of various plants. He could identify only a few of them, such as moonflowers, lavender blooms, and snow crocus, though it mattered little. They'd each be excellent foot and handholds. He looked between the metal to see no visible guards posted on the other side of the wall. The structure looked abandoned, but in his bones, Juris knew he was here. After wrapping his hands in Lycasta's cloak to protect them from the frigid metal, he began his work. Cold bit at his unprotected face, and the farther he went, the more his muscles strained against his progress. After one of his hands slipped on a metal rosebud, Juris stopped his ascent. He clung to the gate and breathed heavily. He was less than a body length from the top. Juris blinked against a scattering of snowflakes that had landed in his eyelashes. The castle loomed in his sight before him. Still, no guards had appeared. Just as he hauled himself the remaining distance to the height of the gates, a short whistle snipped through the air. The sound was followed by a shift in the snow below him. Though it was buried up to its hilt in snow, there was no mistaking that someone had thrown a blade. Juris blinked as his brain caught up with the information. It was planted on the other side of the gate, right where he would have landed once he'd jumped from the top. The sound of his voice was profane against the quiet. "I'm not here to fight. I'm here to work together against him." Silence was his only answer. The frozen wind moved around him, urging him to action, but he couldn't seem to budge. There was no one on the grounds of the castle. In his inaction, the whistle sounded against the deathly quiet again. This time he knew what was happening. Someone was throwing weapons at him. His heart pounded. Juris slipped down the metal gate, allowing the chill living in the metal to invade his bones. Flecks of snow dust flew from him as he landed against the padded ground. He was almost to his feet in order to run to cover when he saw where the second blade had landed. It was right next to the first one on the other side of the gate, so close to its brother that it had dislodged the first into the snow. He looked to the lantern on the other side of the balcony door above him. The light from the flame flickered like someone had passed in front of it. A warning and a dismissal. On his way back, Juris stomped through the snow to keep his legs warm and because it was the only thing that seemed to help his mood. Fine then. Let this place rot for all I care. He knew he was being childish, but the day was waning and he had no solution to this problem. The others were depending on him to bring the missing Fey King back. No longer veiled behind clouds, the sun had slipped nearly to the horizon. As Juris retraced his steps back to the moth awaiting him, he noticed a scent on the air that hadn't been there earlier in the day. He barely noticed it even now, but it couldn't be mistaken. It was a campfire. Humans. This place was far for Alice's invasion to have come, but he had sighted from the air a distant coast past Far Star's thick pine forests. Perhaps they'd sailed there. The invasion is progressing faster than the others realize, he considered. By the time he found the moth awaiting him, her large compound eyes staring silently down at him from her perch, Juris knew he'd gotten closer to the humans. The wind had since died, so it was easy to tell it came east of where he was. But this wasn't his fight, was it? Hellmyr had demonstrated that much to him. What did it matter if this realm was taken by humans? They were his people, right? As he slumped forward, Juris's head softly hit the bark of the tree. The snow had started to melt in his boots. Those aren't my people. His people were his family. Della, Maris, Anova. Fae and human alike. He'd come to find that, when it came to family, things weren't so black and white. And his newer Fae cohorts didn't deserve to die either. Miriam, Leander. They were just trying to protect who and what they cared about. But they'll all likely die or live as prisoners if the humans win this war. Juris carefully picked his way through the snowy woods, walking where the coating was thinner to reduce his tracks. In the stillness, he heard voices. Juris stopped breathing to listen, though the words were clear and carried well. It happens tonight. It was Madame Hinterfell. Chapter 55. Bent trees and flickering bugs blurred past Anova as she pressed close to the horse she'd stolen from the palace's stables. After her advisors and commander had tried to keep her from assisting on this mission, she'd waited until they'd departed and promptly ignored them. In theory, she agreed with Cadmus, Nerium, and Unferth. Why risk her life when the others would be enough? They weren't attempting to win the battle necessarily, just to take their commander. The only problem was, the commander in question was Alice. The only way to fight against magic was with the same. They needed her help. During their strategy meeting, she located a watchtower a short distance from where the battle had been reported. Once there, she'd monitor the situation and help as needed. It would provide her easy access to those on their side that would need healing. Anova frowned at that thought. It was true that she'd been able to save Lycasta, but they still didn't know if she'd done the same for Hellmyr. A painful knot formed in her stomach, and she gripped the reins of her horse in her palms harder. What would happen if they brought him back? He would work alongside us against Rietvar and Alice, she answered, though she didn't know if this was intuition or hopeful thinking. Her eyes scanned the gloom woods around her. The sounds of the battle were faint, but she could tell they were skirting the edge of the fighting. She hated going behind Cadmus's back, but she was no puppet figurehead. As soon as these Fae thought that, she'd find a knife planted in her spine. And she wasn't going to let any more of her companions get hurt because of her. Her barrier followed her like a protective shadow, muffling the sounds they made and blurring their forms to shadow as her horse ran among the trees. Peeking through the branches were golden strands of sunset. A sudden, familiar smell was lifted on the breeze to her. Anova slowed her horse from a full gallop to a light tread until they could stop. Anova didn't dissolve the barrier insulating them until the second, making the other rider nearly collide with them. Cadmus pulled his mount's reins hard to divert him from their path. His eyes snapped to hers in shock. Her cheeks reddened at being caught and the near collision. She supposed all the practice had made her barrier more effective at masking her presence. Anova! The breath whooshed from him. In truth, she barely recognized him by sight, so she was glad for her Fae sense of smell. Black smudges ran along his cheeks, obscuring his features. His hair and ears were concealed under a wolfskin cloak. His surprise had quickly turned into something else. He stepped down from his horse and pulled free the wolfskin. "What are you doing here? We agreed this isn't safe." But she'd pieced together something, too. "You didn't tell me you would be the volunteer infiltrating their rank. This is much more dangerous than my mere presence here. Besides," she said, stepping off her horse, "I couldn't let you risk your life without my help. Without anything but sticks and stones." He moved a few strands of her hair between his fingers. "Sticks and stones? You could give your war strategist a little more credit than that." For a moment, she saw it in his dark eyes past the disguise. It was the Fae he would have become had his father lived. It was the part of him that lived for war. Or maybe that part is always there, she realized. As she stared, his fingers moved from her hair to her cheek until his thumb brushed against the edge of her bottom lip. She lifted an eyebrow, though her heart raged even at that small touch between them. She kissed his hand and pulled it from her face. "No distractions. Why did you have to be the one to risk your life?" "I was the one who came up with the plan. I couldn't ask one of the others to do it," he answered, the honesty plain on his face. Anova couldn't argue. Instead, she said, "I know there is a watchtower nearby. I'll monitor things from there so I can help you as needed." "All right," he said, seeming to come to terms with the fact that she'd find her way there regardless. "I'm sending you some of our spare guards." She wanted to point out that they didn't have spare guards. They barely had guards at all, but she let him do this for her. "Cadmus." Anova stole his hand again to squeeze it. Her stomach felt painful and balled up at the thought of him facing her. "Be careful. She can be dangerous." "So can I," he murmured, looking at her sidelong. She pulled him to her and kissed him. When she pulled back for a breath, she whispered against his ear, "That's one reason why I love you." "Are you sure it's not entirely the reason?" He smirked, tracing her collarbone. "There are too many," she said seriously. She closed her eyes in his embrace. "Just come back alive." He kissed her forehead before helping her back on her horse. He looked like a specter of the night as he left her. "And you, Anova. I mean that." Before he disappeared in the gloom woods around them, he added, "There should be a waylight hanging from the top of the watchtower. If you need help, I want you to use it." After he'd left, Anova borrowed magic from the blood crown to disappear into the trees as well. Its magic thrummed around her. At least in this life, she could become one of the things that haunted the woods instead of the poor, helpless girl in the Fae tales stumbling through them. "We're coming for you," she promised to Rietvar and Alice. As she rode the rest of the way to the watchtower, Anova frowned in the direction of the setting sun. Already she could see stars in the darkest parts of the sky. With the assistance of her Fae senses, the starlight would be enough to see by, but the coming night felt wrong without the moon. Her stomach knotted further at the thought of it absent from the heavens, enough to want to make her vomit. "Focus on your mission," she breathed to calm herself. She was there to support them so Cadmus could pull off their strategy safely. When she arrived at the tower, guards were already stationed at its base. She dismissed more than half of them to return to battle, established a thin barrier around the area, and climbed the stairs to its peak. A wide window overlooked the lands stretching across Eastwoe. From this height, she could even see some of Farstar's snowy mountains to the north. When Juris, Lycasta, and Leander had left, they'd started towards a lead going to Farstar. "Be safe, Juris. Please." In disgust, she looked to the moonless evening sky that was quickly being overtaken by total night. If only the others had magic, she'd feel better about his chances. "It's a trap," someone said in a sing-song voice. Anova jumped as she twisted to see a familiar spectre behind her. "Malor," she grinded his name between her teeth. "What do you want?" "I'm not here because I want to be." He crossed his arms as he hissed the words in his double voice. Her heart was still thundering from his appearance. "Then you've been assigned from the afterlife to torture me?" His lids came low over his red eyes. "You know I'm not in the afterlife, Anova." She shook her head. This was just an illusion, nothing more. But, dangerous as interacting with madness was, she had to ask him. "What do you mean? Are they walking into a trap?" She looked out over the battle. She could see their forces join the fray, though from this distance it was difficult to tell who was who. Somewhere down there was Cadmus, hopefully infiltrating the humans to get closer to the witch. "I'm only telling you what you know," he said. He walked towards her, and the dying light touched his antlers. His red eyes squinted at her. "Don't you know by now?" "Why do you keep following me?" Anova snapped as her back hit the wall next to the window. None of the Fae on the ground guarding her seemed to have noticed anything amiss. "I'm not following you," he said. "I'd say quite the opposite." Her hand went to her belly as pain twisted there. She raised her voice. "Get away from me now! I'm warning you, you wretch!" Malor stopped. His face hardened and pain seemed to course through him. She thought it was from the epithet she'd called him until he stumbled to the floor and pulled himself into a ball. It was odd seeing this powerful, enigmatic creature be reduced to such a state. A sudden pain stabbed through her, insistent and disorienting. Anova's hand slipped from where she gripped the wall, and she slumped to the floor. She realized it wasn't a new pain. She'd been feeling it all along, intermittently. No, it can't be. Anova looked to the sky, expecting a bloated moon. Her nails clawed the wooden floor as a groan escaped her. No, the moon is gone. It's gone, it's gone. Her eyes snapped apart as a bead of sweat ran between them. Malor was nowhere to be found. "Help! Guards!" she called. No one answered. Shakily, she lifted herself some until she was sure her voice could be heard outside the window. Before she called again, she looked over the side directly to the ground below. Her guards were gone. She lowered herself to the floor again as her reality crashed down on her. It was happening. It's too early. More sweat ran down her body. It's too early. It was too early, even by Fae pregnancy standards, but denying what was happening had gotten her here in the first place. The moon. The moon. It was a constant chant in her head, which made it difficult to think about anything that didn't have to do with the moon. Anova sent a flare of magic at the way lantern that hung on an iron ring on the exterior of the tower. It caught only a second before it blew out. Again and again the flame failed. Panic clawed up from her belly and into her throat. Remember what it was like. Though Juris had been born before her, she'd been at the Rosebud for a handful of other births. Mostly, she'd been out of the room during the deliveries, but she remembered what it had looked like afterward. Another short, stabbing pain flashed through her abdomen. She shrugged out of the cloak she was wearing over her dress and shoved it under her. Anova gritted her teeth as the urge to push overcame her. A scream ripped through her throat. Chapter 56. At the top of a tower, above a battle that raged between the folk she belonged to now and the ones she'd come from, Anova held a tiny body. Anova's own body and mind were numb. The baby in her arms hadn't ever cried. Not even magic from the blood crown had seemed to help that. She felt the presence climb the stairs to her tower before she saw him. She didn't look up when she spoke to Rietvar. "You're too late." Her voice was strangely even despite what was in her heart. She never lived. She could feel Rietvar staring at them. Blood had soaked into her dress and cloak. Her hair was tangled throughout the blood crown on her head. She wasn't sure how much time had passed with the two of them on the floor after the delivery. She was sure she should have been doing something else other than sitting there, but she couldn't find it in her to do so. On the floor near her was her stained blade. She left it alone. Lycasta had been right. About all of it. All Fae were connected inexorably to the moon's power and were born on full moons. Though her face was soft, like all babies Anova had seen, human or otherwise, their daughter had the thin, pointed ears of a Fae. Anova's hand cupped her small head. She had a shock of dark hair that reminded her of Cadmus's. She'd already memorized everything about her face, from her button nose to her arched lips. Now that there was nothing for Rietvar to collect for their bargain, Anova supposed he would take her life in recompense. "Get up. Fight. Go!" But the voice telling her these things was easily ignored. Rietvar's coal-black eyes stared forward. He was in the form that most looked like a human or Fae, but there was no mistaking the void of a heartbeat that lived in his chest. Finally, he said, "Do you release your child to me?" Anova felt something where her heart should have been. A desperate, striking pain. She couldn't move or speak. How could she mourn something so much that she'd never even had? Why had she lived from almost dying so many times when the one in her arms had never even had a chance to try living? Anova kissed her head and closed her eyes before her vision blurred with tears. She hadn't yet spoken her name out loud, but it needed to be said. "Goodbye, Elisa," she said. "I'm sorry, Cadmus. I couldn't save her." Another dawn rose over the land when Anova could stand again. The food and water stowed in her supply bag had been long exhausted. Sooner or later, the body either got what it needed or it quit. It was these primitive needs that drove her from the watchtower and the thought that she didn't yet know what had happened in the battle. Their plan seemed so far away now, but there was one fact she couldn't ignore. She hadn't helped them as she'd promised. The possibility that she'd lost two of those she loved in one night made her stagger forward despite the weakness in her body. She needed to know. She needed to find Cadmus. She needed to do something. But nothing will bring her back, she thought. Anova closed her eyes as she lowered herself to the last step of the tower. She could barely hold herself upright, she realized. No evidence of her guards remained, not even a body or a drop of blood. Where are they? Cadmus and the others should have been here by now, she considered. The only answer was a grim one. They couldn't. The battle had gone south. Her knees nearly betrayed her again. She could hardly walk, but the dryness on her tongue told her she couldn't stay here and wait for them. Anova would have to get through the gloom forests and back to the palace on her own. She started forward, loping through the trees for nigh on an hour, until she collapsed. Chapter 57. Juris's breath froze in the air. Why is she here? He'd gone crazy. He'd hit his head against the metal when he'd fallen from the gate. He was having a nightmare. But none of those things were true. Juris's hands shook. Panic and other painful emotions threatened to seize him as her voice now melded with old memories. His scars ached. Why is Madame Hinterfell here? Apparently oblivious to him being in the vicinity, Hinterfell hadn't stopped talking. Now that their magic has been neutered, the cover of night will only benefit us. Another familiar voice spoke. Where are the guards? Isn't this their king? It was Bronn. Juris's fingernails pressed too hard into his palms. The urge to hurt something was strong within him. Bronn was what remained of her favorite hired muscle after Anova had accidentally killed Strago with the blood crown. Though neither of them had exactly been a friend to Juris, he had a special kind of hatred reserved for Bronn. When Juris had been younger, Bronn had been among his first bullies from the streets of Urbess. He's dismissed them all, or weren't you listening to me? It sounded like Hinterfell had rolled her eyes. Juris had guessed as much, but it wasn't a good sign that she knew this. She's been here for more than a few days, it seems. It was only good luck that had prevented their paths from crossing until then. And then the obvious hit him. She's here for Hellmyr. Hinterfell was still speaking. Remember, you have to work quickly. You'll carry all the bags of oleander brush through the servants' tunnel to the cellar. This way, we bypass the need to enter through his gates and expose our mission. Once there, you will spread it, then ignite the brush so it burns through his cellars and seeps through the floors. Her laugh was short, though it bounced through the trees. Oh, paranoid things. With no windows and hardly any doors, there will be no venting it out, either. By the time he finds where the fumes are coming from, it will be too late. But how are you going to distract him from that? Bronn said. He could almost see his eyebrows pinched together. Leave that part to me, Bronn. Suffice it to say, he'll be busy enough with a few of our flaming arrows. It may even catch something on fire on the grounds, and we thwart his face sense of smell this way, too. Smoke will already be in the air. Just as the woman herself was, her plan was cold-hearted and effective. A chill traveled down his spine that had nothing to do with the falling temperature. He was no expert on poisons like Anova was, but he knew enough to realize the brutality of her plan. First, they were going to trap Hellmyr in Farstar Castle and distract him by presenting an assault from the outside. At the same time, they were going to fan noxious fumes through the floors. And Hinterfell was right. There were few windows outside. If their plan went as she'd outlined, the castle would become his tomb. And there was the real possibility that Hellmyr was weakened enough by his injuries from Rietvar that he might not survive even a botched assassination attempt by these two. He's not your concern anymore. He's made that much clear. He needed to leave, now. Their words spelled death and misery, and he knew Hinterfell enough to know her capable of such things. You'll never see him again if you leave now. His heart thundered wildly in his chest. The heart was a fool thing, but he found he couldn't ignore its song. Destroy their plans and leave. That's all. Hellmyr wouldn't even know he'd done it, but he didn't care about that. Before he'd decided to, Juris edged the perimeter where he'd heard them until he found faint tracks leading to an area dry of snow under several trees. Piled on top of quilts were bags full of not only traveling supplies such as canteens of water, clothes, and cookware, but others full of nothing but dried plant brush. Seed husks, wooden stems, and thin browned leaves were packed inside. Scattered through the piles were brittle, flattened flowers that looked to have once been a vibrant pink or red. The debris looked dry enough to inflame even without a spark. Juris's stomach turned at seeing her murder instruments, but his mind was already working. There was an easy solution here to stop them, and maybe even turn them back to where they'd come. First, he dragged the sacks of dried oleander brush off the quilts, keeping it from the cold, snow-packed ground. After grabbing their water canteens and popping them open, he started to flood the noxious kindling until all the debris was soaked through. 2 birds, 1 frozen stone. When the last reserves of their drinking water fell from their canteens, Juris tossed the containers aside and moved more snow from the area against the bags for good measure. With any luck, the water he'd poured throughout the bags of oleander would freeze in a matter of minutes. Though the plant material would still be poisonous to consume, it would be many days before it thawed and then dried out enough to be used as kindling for Hinterfell's plan. Juris was about to leave the area behind when his hand casually brushed against the hilt of the short blade at his waist. A smile came to his lips. "I hate to tell you this, but you're not as scary as you think yourself," he declared to the person standing some paces behind him. Without another word, Juris twisted around in time to dodge the knife coming for him that Bronn had thrown. It landed in the snow behind him with a thunk, and he wasted no time in snatching it into his other fist. Bronn sneered over at him. "We'll see what you think when you're a prisoner of war." Juris locked eyes with him from the other side of his blades. Bronn had taken out another knife, and he looked forward to stealing that one, too. "I think you're quite generous," Juris smirked. "But I only have the 2 hands. What will I do with another of your weapons?" Despite his words, Bronn wasn't his big prize. He was still fishing. He wasn't dull. With her dog unchained like this, Hinterfell lurked about. The only question was when she'd choose to make herself known. "You talk too much for a whore," Bronn said, showing his teeth. Juris felt his cheeks stain red and the anger surge from his center, but he knew he needed to control his emotions if this were to work. He circled Hinterfell's guard and tracked the path of his feet without looking at them. When he'd moved to the side of the clearing that he'd needed to, he stopped. Time for a little baiting. "And how would you know that?" He raised an eyebrow. "Hinterfell pay you in girls?" Juris smiled. Before Bronn could get an answer in, he said, "I'm not surprised they don't make a peep when you're in bed with them. You never struck me as the type to know how to use complicated equipment all that well." "You little—" Before he was done talking, Bronn rushed him. Bronn's knife stabbed at him in a series of dangerous volleys, but Juris knew this dance already. It was one they'd played out too much for him not to know the steps for it. The problem was, Bronn had remained the same Bronn who had once pummeled his face and stomach on the streets. Juris had not. Instead of taking the shot Bronn expected him to take by trying to stab or kick him back, Juris ducked from under his wide reach. In one motion, he rolled across the ground and kicked one of the bags at him. Pieces of oleander bush flew at him and scattered across the thin snow between them. His disgust was nearly comical as it bounced across his features. It was an easy dodge for Bronn, but Juris had gotten what he'd wanted. He'd just needed one more little opportunity. "You'll regret that when you're owned by her," Bronn growled. "And how does it feel, Bronn, to be owned?" Juris jerked to his feet as his smile twitched. Bronn's eyes snapped to Juris a second before he closed the distance between them again. "Better than you'll feel after I'm done with you," he said, but Juris could tell from his tone that he'd hit another nerve. He couldn't lie to himself. It felt good to taunt Bronn like this. Maybe too good, he considered. In his twisted joy, one of Bronn's swipes had cut him. He couldn't tell if it had drawn blood underneath his clothes, but he hadn't meant to take any hits during their dance. Bronn's cruel eyes lingered on the place where his knife had frayed Juris' sleeve. "Is this all you are? A poison and nectar fruit tongue?" he sniffed. "There's nothing under your surface but a broken boy." Yes, Juris tended to be good at this, using his words to twist and bend the will of others according to what he wanted. The talent had served him especially well in his conning days. But the fear that Bronn was right had already been inside Juris before he'd spoken the words. It was what halted his movements enough for Bronn to nearly get a lethal strike at Juris' heart. Though he stopped him, he'd forgotten Bronn's brutish strength. Even with 2 crossed blades protecting him, Bronn's knife had slid to the crux, too near its intended target. "I should have killed you when I had the chance," Bronn whispered into his face. "She told me I could, you know. Do you think of me when you look at the lash scars?" Despite the cold night draped around them, beads of sweat ran down Juris' back as he huffed in the harsh air. They traced the scars Bronn spoke of, and his memories threatened to break him in that moment. "I will not bend to you." This next part would hurt, though he hoped not too badly. Juris leaned forward, a smile still on his face as he looked up into the eyes of one of the monsters that had haunted his past. At the same time, he angled the blades in his palms, effectively moving where Bronn's knife was pointed on his body. "Maybe you're right, Bronn. Maybe I'm nothing but broken. But the truth is, I'm not afraid of you anymore." As Juris said the last words, he set many things into motion. He pressed closer to him, taking a slice from Bronn's knife along his shoulder as he forced his foe backward. In his seeming surprise, Bronn didn't notice the pile of oleander that Juris had driven him towards, and he lost his footing into the plant detritus behind him. Panic visibly held Bronn for precious seconds as he realized what he'd landed in, but that wasn't where his attention should have been. With all his body weight, Juris drove the point of his long blade into Bronn's throat where he'd fallen on the ground. "That's enough, Juris," came a familiar voice. The bait had worked. Chapter 58. "There was no need for that." Hinterfell's words were strident, but not unduly so, considering Bronn was dying before her. Juris smiled, though the expression felt grimmer now than before. "Wasn't there? Bronn and Strago never so much as pissed without your say-so. I'd wager that you'd ordered him to kill me." "You know me better than that, Juris," Hinterfell said over the sounds of Bronn's death gasps. "I don't waste resources." A frown pulled at her features when she looked upon Bronn. He'd left the sword in his throat to keep him pinned there, but as Juris watched him, he was starting to feel that a faster death might have been in order. His remaining blade was a comforting weight in his palm. He needed to deal with Hinterfell before he gave in to any distractions. "Then what was that?" Juris's eyebrows lifted. Hinterfell ignored the question. Night had fallen properly now, and she carried a lantern that looked to have been lit from their campfire. She lifted it gingerly to better see the ruined oleander spread around them. The light of the lantern flickered across her body as she moved, illuminating the strands of thick fur from some animal that she wore about her neck. Her braided hair ended in a jeweled brooch that looked like a bee, though its stripes were made of red gemstones rather than yellow ones. He could have sworn the tiny red jewels that were its eyes followed him as he moved. "You've cost me more than you know here, Juris." Hinterfell's gaze settled on him. "But I am still willing to accept a trade of your service at my brothel in exchange for transporting you from out of these warlands." First came the shock. Then came the fit of laughter. "Get one thing straight today. I am never going back there." The laughs dissolved on his lips. "Even if my life depended on it. By killing Bronn and obstructing our goal in this place, you owe me an even greater debt than the one your mother saddled me with," Hinterfell said. The mention of his past mother made Juris's heart gallop fast enough to make him dizzy. He took a moment to collect the breath inside him so his words came out even. "You will leave this place. Now." He still felt the weight of the blade in his hands where he'd driven it down. "Or else Bronn won't be alone in the snow tonight." He could see the way her hand tightened on the lantern's handle at the threat. Her thugs could no longer shield her, and she appeared to have realized it. "Oh, Juris, you seem to be forgetting that you belong to me." Hinterfell's eyes were depthless in the dark. "You will work for me until I judge the debt you owe me is repaid." Heat gathered inside him. He was going to end the nightmare tonight. Here. Bronn hadn't expected Juris to do it, but Hinterfell knew he was capable of spilling her blood tonight just the same. "You will never own me!" The words came from behind clenched teeth as he lunged for her, aiming for the monster's heart. "If you hadn't nearly killed your own father, I wouldn't have been able to touch you," Hinterfell said as Juris knocked her backward. She'd managed to block his attack with the only thing she had left to shield her, the small lantern. Juris stopped. "Father? What are you talking about?" Not only had her words been nonsensical, but he also couldn't understand what she was doing. She was on the ground, and she should have been fleeing now that he had a clear strike for her vital areas. But she'd remained where she was, and her fist had circled the end of her braid. She slipped the jeweled brooch off the last of her hair. "I told you, you belong to me," she said. As she said the words, the thing that had been a brooch glimmered in the amber light of the lantern and took to the air. The jewel-studded metal became a striped, insectile body. Its red eyes saw him as diamond wings carried it faster than he could track. On the other end was a deadly, sharp, and golden pin. Juris darted out of its path, but it was too late. It had landed on the side of his neck where he felt a brief, piercing pain. "Paralyzing venom," she answered for him. Juris felt himself stumble into the snow as anger and panic rose in his gullet. The red jewel bee landed in her palm as she continued talking. "It's not real venom, of course, but a tidy bit of fey magic trapped in a simple hair clip. Traded for it a long time ago," she shrugged. "The one I got it from said it had only a few uses in it, and I'd planned to use it to capture the Fey King. If I bring their king back to our lands alive, I'll have more bidders than for just his head. So you see, using it on you was quite the risk." She looked down at him. "That was the part of the plan you didn't hear." She turned her attention back to the now unmoving brooch. "It appears my luck has finally shown itself, however. At least one more use." Already he couldn't move the majority of his body, but he found that if he concentrated enough he could still speak. "Faye will come back here and kill you," he managed. "No. No one is coming. We were watching your moth friends." Hinterfell's face softened. "They are well gone, Juris." She'd started gathering what could be salvaged from their packs. Bronn was dead on the ground next to him. He envied the poor bastard. "You didn't realize that client of your mother's was your father, the rough one?" Hinterfell said. When he didn't reply, she continued. She was always his favorite. Brutal man, though. There was no mistaking who she meant. It was the one who had used to beat his mother. The one he'd received lashes for attacking. She's lying. She's trying to upset me. But she wasn't done speaking. He was going to buy the rest of your mother's debt to get the both of you out of the rosebud. Jaina knew enough not to say anything about his rough touch, but then you went and laid hands on him. Naturally, he gave up the thought after that. Brutish. But he paid on time, every time. Extra even, when the situation called for it. Too bad he never came back after Jaina's passing. Juris wanted to vomit. She's lying, a part of him still chanted. But there was no reason for her to lie anymore, he realized. He could do nothing now. Out of her and Braun's packs, she pulled free an extensive length of rope. She was already crouched in the snow next to him when his mind remembered what was happening in the present. There was too much in what Hinterfell had said. Physical sensations were easier to decipher, even if they were painful like the knot she was forming at his wrists with the rope. Tertius will be happy. I never have enough males for his appetite. He's never met you before, but I think you're just his type. She'd said it like she was proposing what they'd eat for lunch and not who she was going to sell his body to first. It was over. Anova was always too tenacious, but you... Her hand held the side of his face. You know better than to defy me deep down. You'll do so well. Her voice quieted. Give it some time. Shock for her strange sympathy ran through him, and he suddenly remembered Braun's last words to him. There's nothing under your surface but a broken boy. Why did they all expect him to roll over and bear it? In defense of his life, he'd killed Braun. But that wasn't enough to be taken seriously. Not by Hinterfell. To her, he was still the same boy who ran from her on the streets. There was little strength left in his body that the magic hadn't sapped from him. But there was enough left for this. I will never be yours. Moisture gathered at the base of his mouth before he spat it at her face. Astonishment stormed across her features as the spittle ran along her cheek. Insolent wretch! Hinterfell grabbed a tuft of his curls, enough to pull his head back. She wiped the spit from her face with the back of her other hand. I may not be wasteful, she whispered, but that doesn't mean I'm forgiving. You don't need all your fingers to work for me. She picked up his knife from the snow. He tracked what she did with it until he couldn't from his angle. The tip pressed delicately along his cheek. Just a pretty face. No. No! But the paralysis spell weighed down his limbs too much for him to do anything. She removed the knife from his field of vision at the same time that she jerked his bound hands against the ground. Frozen air caught in his throat as he held her eyes. He would make her remember this just as much as he would. Broken he may have been, but not cowed. It was then that a voice roared through the sullen and silent trees. Don't you dare touch him! Hinterfell didn't even get a chance to look up before her body was thrown against a solid tree trunk. Juris couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was wearing a simple black cloak that engulfed his frame. Light from Hinterfell's abandoned lantern provided just enough illumination to see him. His eyes were a wild, dark violet. He seemed thinner than he'd remembered him, and a long, mottled red scar ran across his throat. It was Hellmyr. Chapter 59. The first sensation Anova felt was shuffling legs that were too weak to carry themselves. The sun dappled its light on a slow-moving creek before her. Someone had thrown her arm over their shoulder. Anova jerked back when she saw who it was. "What are you doing here? What do you want with me?" she demanded. But Malor's red eyes only stared at her. His face was unreadable. Her hand went to the blade stowed at her side. The previous several hours washed over her once more, and her grief was as fresh as it was when she'd first felt it. "I couldn't save her." Tears brimmed at her eyes, but she couldn't cry here. Not now. "You knew," she accused him. "You knew what was coming and you did nothing." "I told you it was a trap," Malor said in his double voice. "You said it like you meant the battle between the Fae and humans," she said. "And because of you, she's... Anova thrust her sword at Malor, but he wasn't before her anymore. She whirled and found him standing a few paces away from her. "Fight me!" she growled at him. "You're not fit to fight," he said, his gaze barely flickering over her form. She knew she was pathetic in her blood-stained dress, but she didn't give a damn right now. "I want to fight," she said through her teeth as she lunged again. "Aren't you a bloodthirsty creature? I know you hunger for this." But he was gone again. She wiped a sheen of sweat from her forehead, and she ignored the phantom pains in her abdomen. There was no child there anymore. "Fight me, damn you!" Again he appeared paces further away from her. His eyes were dull even as sunlight glanced on his face from the creek. "Do you blame what happened on me?" "Yes," she gasped. "I do. I don't care that you're an illusion conjured from the crown." She stabbed forward. "I know you knew and let it happen!" But it was in that instant that her gaze was caught on the languid creek ahead. She jerked her arm back in the last second to stop her assault. Standing before her in the water's reflection, as still and calm as Malor had been and in his place, was another her. Anova stared, waiting for the reflected image to make sense. Despite her wishing it so, this wasn't a dream. Even in her nightmares, she was never in pain like this. As she stared longer, she remembered Malor's strange behavior in the moments before her birth labors had started. He cowered in pain. Anova stepped back, her sword forgotten as it slipped from her fingers to the grass. Malor still hadn't flinched. Her hand went to her mouth. "You're..." Anova stopped herself as she remembered a conversation they'd had recently. "What could you want from me, you devil?" she'd hissed at Malor. "Now that's the problem here. You're the devil. We are one and the same." "But you're a part of the crown," she finished. "Not me." "I am a function arising from the artifact," Malor said. He'd finally started to walk. His form disappeared altogether from the water. "But it is not the blood crown that has a will, a memory, a motive." His claws closed together in a fist. "An anger. These are things given to me by its swearer." Anova remembered when Malor had appeared and mutilated the human boy who'd nearly killed her and her unborn child. I'd wanted to rip out his throat. That was me. She stepped back again as she saw him clearly. "You're the worst parts of me." Malor smiled at her, and the expression was hair-raising. "So close, so very close." He tilted his head, and his antlers threw strange shadows before him. "All that I am, Anova, is what you hate of us." She knew that he meant herself by us. His red eyes consumed her vision, and in them, She saw the monster who'd let her child die out of willful ignorance. She saw the girl who had refused what she was, and the body she'd been gifted for a second chance at life. She saw herself. "No!" she gasped, stumbling backward. Mallor watched her with a dead expression. "No!" "You still want to fight, then?" Mallor crouched as he flexed his claw-tipped hands. "Then destroy the spell within the crown that gives me life. Fight me." He moved faster than she could blink. Anova ducked out of the way of his onslaught, rolling into the grass. One of her arms glanced off the cold steel on the ground and she grabbed it. Is this what she wanted? Yes, I want whatever this is to stop haunting me. Her blood ran through her at the thought, even as pain and weakness knotted together inside her belly. For an illusion produced by the crown, Mallor was undeniably strong. He ran for her again with nothing but his hands as weapons, and when she stopped at him with her blade, she could barely hold him back. "Blame me for it, then. Blame the dread wolf's actions on me. Kill me for them if that will quell your troubled mind," he sneered. Anova drove the blade in her hands forward, but it glanced harmlessly off his antlers. "Of course I want to be rid of you." The thought stayed in her mind. Her sore body supported her, but only just. Tears threatened to blur her vision, and she wiped them off with a shove of her hand. She was the solid one here, not him. This was her body, her mind, her. Anova threw down the sword. When she spoke, her voice came out too quiet. "No, I don't want to fight, Mallor." Every time that Mallor had appeared, she'd needed help. Every time she'd dismissed him as a specter to torment her or remind her of what she'd done to attain the crown. "Why do you keep following me?" she'd said. "I'm not following you," he'd said. "I'd say quite the opposite." I was the one who summoned him, she realized. Each time. They'd been calls for help. And something, the fey part of her, the part that was attuned to the blood crown, had answered. She said louder, "I want your help." "Lies," he hissed. "You know they're not," she said, shaking her head. But he'd picked up her sword, his eyes gleaming like rubies. Her heart jumped into her throat from the sight of its sharp edge. "I don't," he snapped. When he came for her, her sword shone brilliant in the daylight, raised for a fatal strike to her heart. "I accept you," she gasped. "You aren't bad or evil." The strike to her heart didn't come. Anova threw her arms around Mallor's frame, and her sword landed in the grass. She sank to the earth as she tugged her knees closer to her in an embrace. She thanked her strong arms and legs for carrying her when she'd wanted to give up, her burnt skin for protecting her, and even the pain in her lower body for reminding her that she yet lived. She thanked her fey senses for keeping her safe, and lastly, the magic that had become as much a part of her as her blood was. "Can you help me?" she whispered. When she finally opened her eyes again, she was no longer at the edge of a meadow intersected by a creek in the East Woe Gloom Woods. Anova stepped forward into the memory. Chapter 60. The age was a different one. Anova couldn't explain it, but she felt it in the air somehow. These woods were different from the East Woe Gloom forests, too. A handful of fae were gathered around a lake, and the moon had newly risen into the dark sky. To one side of the lake was a human woman, chained and on her knees. When the wind moved her dark hair out of her face, she recognized her, though she'd never seen her before. This was Alice's mother, the witch who had died by the king's orders after she'd cursed Hellmyr to fall in love with a human instead of ending his life. It was then that she noticed Malor and High King Arion behind her. Her heart bolted at the sight of Fey tyrant she'd murdered, even though she knew him to be long dead. This is Malor's memory, nothing more. Arion isn't alive. But she couldn't quite curtail the emotions within her. The High King motioned to one of his Fey guards, who then separated from the others and came to the opposite side of the lake. High King Arion was speaking. "You will lend us the use of your witch magic tonight, and in return, I will consider sparing your life for what you've done to Gleeheart's boy." He means Hellmyr. She stared at Arion and wondered if he'd ever suspected that Hellmyr was actually his son by Lotharia. He'd have killed him if he ever seriously thought that, she reminded herself. Alice's mother responded. "You lie plainly, Fey King. You decided to kill me when you heard what I was, but that is not on my conscience." Her eyes, Alice's eyes, stared through to him. "Why are you trying to tear apart the barrier between our worlds?" The fake mask that she remembered Arion to wear slipped back into place, giving him false joviality. "I merely wish to speak with one of our great Fey ancestors." His smile widened. "Besides, you're in no position to refuse." "I can always refuse, mighty Fey Lord. So long as I have breath in my body, I have a will." Anova had been wrong. Her eyes might have looked like Alice's, but they were different. Unlike the fire in her daughter's, they were clear and calm like an endless sea. She knows they haven't found Alice yet, or they'd be using that to force her to comply. "You'll do as you're told," said one of the king's guard. He jabbed the point of his sword staff against her back where she crouched. "No, she's right," Arion said to his guard. "She has the free will to refuse. It's the lives of those dock humans on the other side of Fey that will be the price for her choice." Anova's jaw ached as she gritted her teeth. Was this truly only a memory? Or was this something else? "As you wish," Alice's mother said with a grave face. "But recall that I warned you. The risk that more than your visitor enters this temporary gateway is very real." "The dead sleep," Arion said. "They are not to be feared, witch." The High King gestured to his Fae on the other side of the lake. It was then that Anova recognized this area. It was the Lost Forest, Rietvar's domain and entrance to the realm of the unliving. Temporary gateway? Anova frowned. It hadn't seemed so temporary to her when she'd stumbled upon it after acquiring the blood crown. Temperamental, perhaps, but that was another matter. Moonlight pooled under the Fae's hands while the blade of the witch's guard nudged her to act. Her hands filled with her own magic, and light circled partway around the perimeter of the lake. Lastly, the High King held out one of his hands. He didn't wait for moonlight to touch his skin as magic jumped from his palm to join the rest of the stream. "Princess," he called. "I call you from the realm of the unliving. Reveal yourself now." Clouds slipped along the belly of the moon, but nothing more happened. The quiet of the woods bore down on them. Arion seemed to speak to himself. "This is the lake in which the princess drowned." He raised his nose. "There's no mistake. The imprint of her death is on the air, even after all this time." Anova realized which princess he meant just as mists rose from the lake and a blurred form stepped through them. It was the Fey princess who had first worn the blood crown, the one from the Fey tale, and the one who would summon Anova to this very lake years later. Her bones felt chilled as she saw her pale visage again. Her blonde hair fell along her waist, parting only for her delicate fey ears. A pair of sapphire eyes stared back at High King Arian. They were a matching pair, each with the same artifact upon their heads. "First princess of the Blood Crown," he said in greeting as the magic still surged in his palm. "What a pleasure. I am High King of Fae and Master of the Blood Crown." Her blue eyes turned icy in the silence. Finally, she said, "I know who you are, Arian. I have seen who you are through my dreams, as well as all your predecessors. My crown has revealed it to me." Arian's eyes lingered on the copy of the crown on her head. "The real one rests with me, Princess. You'll do well to remember it." Her pale eyebrows lifted. "You cannot threaten what's beyond your control." The High King smiled. "As enchanting as your presence is, I have summoned you here for a reason, Princess." He angled his head to the side. "Tell me the secret." "There is no secret to my crown you do not already know," she interrupted. His smile didn't falter, though she felt something in the air around them change. What secret? What is he talking about? She wondered. And yet, the crown behaves differently now that it has in all the years past that I have been its master. That is its secret, Princess, he said with forced friendliness. More clouds passed across the dark sky, some barely skirting the moon. Sooner or later, one would pass before the moon and obscure it, possibly breaking the spell as it was supported in part by moonlight magic. It was into this uneasy silence that the Fey princess spoke again. The blood crown pains you now because your end is before you, Arian. It senses that the one who will kill you will soon cross into Fey. Her blue eyes became slits. Its new master is nigh. She said the words with a barely concealed disgust. For a rare moment, something like unbridled fury passed through High King Arian's gaze. When he spoke, however, his voice was as tightly controlled as she remembered it. If you do nothing but lie, you are of no use to me, he shouted to the others supplying magic around the lake. End the spell. The witch and the other Fae stumbled backwards when the magic in their palms dried. The light from the stream of magic faded, and its absence bathed the area in shadows again. High King Arian pulled his palm away last, though the specter of the Fey princess stepped towards him on the lake before he did. What happens next is largely uncertain, except for one fact. Your hubris tonight will have consequences to come, High King Arian. You have opened a door that ought not to have been. Her voice faded just as she did. Veiled moonlight fell into the glade as a cloud finally obscured most of its bloated mass. The night remained unnervingly quiet. Your orders, Your Majesty, asked the Fae. He'd walked from the other side of the lake. Arian's eyes were still unfocused when he gave the order. The witch. Kill her. Anova hadn't yet looked away when the Fae guarding Alice's mother impaled her through her back. It was a quick death, though she wondered if that was due in part to the witch seeming to give up. Even during the witch's last labored breaths, the High King was lost in thought, seeing things not yet obvious to her. At last he looked up sharply. No one can know what happened here. Kill the rest, Malor. The first of his two guards was down instantly as Malor leaped from the king's side, his claws raking through the exposed skin at the guard's neck. The second, the one who had volunteered his magic to contribute to the summoning spell, only looked from the mess Malor was making to the High King. By the time he realized that his master had ordered his death in front of him, it was too late. Malor had taken the first guard's blade staff and thrown it at the remaining guard's neck. It missed by a few degrees, though not in a way that saved him. The force of it drove him to the ground. Before the memory faded and the lake surrounded by trees disappeared, she heard a chilling voice laughing on the air. It was one she knew. The dread wolf, Death. Chapter 61. It was like witnessing an angel of destruction. Deadly, beautiful, and efficient. Juris still couldn't move in the snow, though he wondered if that was less due to the fey magic from the bee sting and more from the shock of seeing Hellmyr. Amber light from Hinterfell's fallen lantern gleamed along his steel sword. It slashed along her face, right underneath her eye like a long teardrop. "Wait!" she gasped on the ground before him. Blood trickled savagely from the wound on her face. "I have knowledge of who wants you dead. You'll want to know that." Hellmyr bared his teeth at her. "Everyone, now shut up." His quick gaze flicked to Braun's lifeless form and back to her. "That one's past my influence, so you'll bear his punishment as well." "It wasn't just our king," she started. Hellmyr slashed across the front of her chest. Though it didn't look to have gone deep enough to kill her outright, the grimy snow underneath her was staining redder by the minute. Madame Hinterfell took in a shaky, uneven breath. On the earth, she scrambled back some paces until her back hit the tree he'd thrown her against earlier. It was strange to Juris. It was as if she'd believed that Hellmyr was out to kill her before this moment. Her face was almost unrecognizable to him. "I shouldn't have trespassed on your lands. I shouldn't have plotted to kill you. Take my supplies, take my poisons, take all the information I have. Take my business in Urbes." Her eyes sparked. "All the women and men you could want to please your majesty, for any purpose." "Enough!" Hellmyr shouted, and a terrible silence fell like the trees themselves had heeded him. "Do you think me daft enough to be placated by anything that you could offer me?" The limited light bounced off his bloodied sword. "You're in Fae now, and the rules you play by are mine." The words were enough to send a chill down Juris's back. All Fae were proud. He supposed it was only natural, seeing as the closest comparison to these creatures was the plain and brutish humankind. But a Fae king? A human's failed attempt on his life was surely the worst insult. But the thought didn't make sense with Hellmyr's next words. "Threatening my mate." Hellmyr's hands ran through his hair. "Touching him." Hinterfell looked to where Juris was, her eyes wide and confused as her lips pulled back. "Juris isn't." "You will not speak his name," Hellmyr snapped back. Juris realized belatedly that the first slash he'd delivered to her, the one to her face, mirrored where she'd grazed him with his own knife moments ago. He'd cut her the second time where Braun had hurt him across his shoulder to his chest. He blinked. It was all intentional. "He still wants you dead," the logical voice inside him reminded Juris. "He's just too proud to suffer an injury to anything he considers his." Hellmyr bared his teeth as he continued to speak to Hinterfell. "I have beheaded my own for far less than you've done tonight, but your fate is not in my hands. It belongs to another." A second blink, and he was crouched by Juris's side. "I should have checked earlier. Are you hurt?" Juris's mouth seemed to be too dry to speak, so he shook his head instead. It was true enough. What was going on here? Not untouched, however. Hellmyr's eyes raked over his form further until they seemed to settle on the slashes on his face and shoulder. I don't have any medicine with me, so these will have to wait a bit longer. They're fine, Juris said. He looked over to Hinterfell. They shouldn't turn their backs on her, but she seemed paralyzed by shock that the Fey King was crouched next to him in the dirty snow. Hellmyr noticed his gaze. I meant it. Her life is yours. What do you want to do to her? Many words sprang to Juris's mind. Kill, mutilate, terrify, humiliate, imprison. She'd tried them all with him. But when he sat with the power to make any of these options a reality, there was only one thing he really wanted, other than never seeing her face again. Juris looked over at her when he spoke. No matter how, I want her never to return to the Rosebud. Madame Hinterfell seemed to crumple against the base of the tree with relief, most likely because he hadn't said words like kill or torture. Before Hellmyr stood, he removed his own cloak and tilted his head at him. May I? Juris wasn't sure what he meant, but he nodded without thinking. He couldn't really fight anyone off as he was right now. While Hellmyr spread his cloak over Juris, insulating him more from the cold, Hinterfell started talking again. He suspected her jaw had finally loosened from the rest of her head in shock. The deed is secure with the judge of the 9th District of Urbess. Take my ring to show as proof of ownership of the business, she said. She lifted her fist where a golden ring stamped with her initials was fixed on her forefinger. You should thank Juris for sparing your life, Hellmyr said as he stood and approached her. While she pried the ring off, her hands hovered near her hair. Juris couldn't put his finger on why the gesture seemed strange until it was too late. Hinterfell had used it as cover to slip the jeweled bee from her braid. It darted into the air, too fast for Juris's eyes to track it. Get away! Juris gasped into the cold night. It has paralyzing magic. Thank him? Hinterfell stumbled back to her feet. I don't thank my whores. I found it makes them feel too entitled. Before she was done speaking, the enchanted brooch had landed on Hellmyr's shoulder. Two things happened at once. Hellmyr's thumb and finger crushed the bee's metal wings together while his other fist grabbed Hinterfell's wrist. You should always thank your betters, Hellmyr said between his teeth. He forced the glittering bee's stinger straight into the vein at her wrist. You knew, she started to say, but Hellmyr interrupted. Don't you remember the Fey child that was with the one who traded you this? Hellmyr laughed as Hinterfell's body went slack. Don't use my father's inventions against me. He taught me how they worked. Better than he taught the humans he sold them to. He slipped the golden pin out of her vein just as she collapsed entirely. The bee became a brooch again when he held it in his palm. Finally. Hellmyr slipped the brooch into his pocket. He spoke to her slow-breathing form on the ground. She looked to be out cold. It's useful to know how your tools work. The dose can be controlled by holding it. Juris hadn't quite recovered from Hellmyr's sudden appearance, let alone all that he himself had done here and all that had happened. His brain sorted through the questions until his first one returned to his lips. You're alive, Juris managed to say. In the snow, his steps were made audible as he crossed the area. That's a tale for later, the Fey King said. The light from Hinterfell's lantern danced across his skin in strange ways when he plucked it from the ground. Juris's eyes caught on the scar that lined his throat. It was odd to see one of them with such a mark. He knew that, in part, it was because of him. Bottled in his throat were all the words he hadn't said after that night. Yet all his fool mouth could say was, You don't have to put on this act anymore. Act? Hellmyr stiffened. That I'm something more to you than an inconvenience. Something cursed to you but also owed to you. Owed to me. Hellmyr's voice was hollow. He stepped towards him as a note of anger entered his voice. That may be how they've made you think, but this world is not theirs. I will not choose that. Juris leveled his gaze on him. Then what do you choose? Is it not obvious to you? The wind stirred the strands of his raven hair. I don't understand, Juris heard himself say. Saving me is not optimal for you. You should have been relieved to see me dead or gone. You should have wanted to kill me yourself. Hellmyr's face turned from the light as he grimaced. I thought, by pushing you away, I could smother the fear of losing myself to a force beyond my control. Fear of losing you by keeping you away first. He laughed again. Idiot. He sobered too quickly. But pushing you away only drove me to the arms of insanity instead. I became the monster in the castle humans tell tales of. His fingers grazed his throat. Even more than the ones who gave me this. Juris's teeth clenched. Including me, right? In the dark, he looked over at him. The shadows made it hard for him to see his face, and the fact rose bumps on his skin. Slowly, Hellmyr closed the distance left between them. The nights after I came here, after I dismissed every living soul from this province, I thought those were my last nights. I wanted to be alone when I died like a spider curled under leaves. He pulled out the jeweled bee and looked upon it. This is the first bit of magic I've felt since the night they blackened our sky. Other than the night, some days later, that I thought was my last. His eyes narrowed on the bee like he was talking to it and not Juris. I saw things I shouldn't have been able to. Things that happened when I was not aware. A bloodbath. And a human risking himself over and over to save one wretched life. Hellmyr shoved the brooch back inside his pocket. And yet, I was still that monster, even tonight. Still suspicious that anyone could give themselves so selflessly. He closed his eyes. Without being cursed to. Without wanting power. Without ulterior motives. Juris thought of not only Anova, but also himself. They'd both seduced him to get what they'd wanted. From what he knew of Hellmyr's past now, it seemed clear to Juris that love had been a thing ruled by trade or control in this Fae's life. He shook his head and admitted to it. But I did come here with another motive to find you. Hellmyr smirked. And you think wanting to save this land and the lives of those within it makes you as wicked as a Fae monster? Despite all that had happened there, Juris felt a mischievous smile play on his lips. But does desiring the heart of one make me wicked as well? Before Juris could say any more, he was in Hellmyr's arms. Dark lashes brushed his skin as he looked at him. Only one way to tell. His grin dissolved to something more serious. Though its effects should wear off before morning, there is a way to remove the magic's toxins faster. Juris's heart hammered faster. Then I want to try it. Hellmyr looked around them at the tatters of Hinterfell's failed assassination attempt, at her unconscious form, and at the cold body in the snow. Not here, though, he murmured. Before Juris could so much as shudder, they were off through the woods. White, untrodden snow stretched around them and weighed down branches above them. He felt like he was in a Fae tale as Farstar Castle loomed above the trees. I want to ask you something, Juris. Hellmyr wasn't looking at him anymore. Starlight reflected on the white snow around them, coloring in his face past the shadows. His stomach swam at the new gravity. He didn't think he could handle another surprise tonight. Ask it, Juris said, too quiet. You know my answer, my choice. But you never said yours. Hellmyr still wasn't looking at him. No matter a spell, no matter what I want, I am not so wicked that I would force another to be with me. There is no obligation for you to. Juris stared at him. How could Hellmyr have such doubts? He was the most beautiful thing in Fae. Man or woman, Fae or human, what being could resist him? But that's not why you want this, he considered. No, his beauty was unnerving. But beauty wasn't what drove Juris to the most frigid, remote corner of this land. He couldn't help the laugh that escaped his lips. Hellmyr watched but didn't say anything. Just before he suspected that the Fae would self-implode out of not knowing what he was going to say, Juris spoke. Everything about you is choices, isn't it? Juris smiled. I like it. He joined him in looking out at the snowy woods flying past them. Do you know what's odd? Despite the wickedness, I feel like I can be myself with you. No more or less. Finally, Juris said, Yes, I choose you too. At his words, a spark seemed to light in Hellmyr's eyes. Are you ready for me to remove the bee's spell? He breathed. It couldn't be worse than the sting, could it? Yes, he said. Before he could prepare for it, Hellmyr's lips were on his. It was unlike any kiss he'd experienced before. The way his mouth moved on his felt both pleading and softly urgent. He acquiesced to his unspoken request and kissed him back, just as deeply and greedily as if it were the first time doing so. Hellmyr freed one of his hands to cup Juris's face. He threw his arms around Hellmyr's neck in the same instant that he realized he could move his entire body again. Juris broke their kiss, and his sudden laugh created a puff of steam in the cold air. You liar, Juris accused him joyfully. You just timed the spell's end with your supposed cure. Hellmyr's smile was slow but consuming. As they say, wicked. Chapter 62. As Anova moved through the gloom forests with the help of Malor, the smell of rotting flesh assaulted her senses. She soon found what she'd overlooked just off her path in the day before. They were the bodies of her guards, though they seemed to have been dead for longer than a couple days. Even more curious, their chests had been hollowed out, though there was no evidence of blood, and a faint smell clung to them that wasn't Fae or human. It reminded her uncomfortably of the dead human boy that Rietvar had used to speak to them. No blood, no heartbeat, just a walking body. As she left the corpses behind, she heard the frightened heartbeats of several rabbits still in the area, and her theory was confirmed. Rietvar's work. They were in the chests of my guards so I'd hear their hearts. It was a trap all along. His influence likely also explained why none of the others had come to her aid. The thought worried her further when she considered she still hadn't found Cadmus or evidence of what had happened in the battle that had been a farce. She remembered their scout's description of the human leading the battle, the one they'd taken to Alice. A strange cloaked figure is leading these humans. None of them had seen this human close enough to confirm their identity absolutely. The farther she picked through the gloom woods, the clearer things became. All the humans who had attacked them after they'd left the Wolfsbane estate had been acting without Alice. While this could have been a logistics issue, she was a witch, yes, but she could only be in one place at a time. In many cases, they seemed not to know who she was. Rietvar's words to her during one of their conversations came back to her. "You got what you wanted," Anova had said. "So close," Rietvar had responded. "I almost have, despite the witch getting everything promised to her." It was evident in the way that he spoke that beyond their bargain on the night of the full moon, the two weren't working together. In fact, Rietvar seemed to hold a certain amount of contempt for Alice. This was all Rietvar's doing to draw us out. Anova considered the possibility that Alice had abandoned her war, or that the witch was dead. Anova's stomach turned at the thought. When she rested for a few breaths farther along the creek, she thought as she drank from the faster-moving water. She spoke out loud. She wasn't entirely sure Malor could hear her thoughts when he was a physical being and not just in her head. "High King Arian created the gateway known as the Lost Forest," she said. She realized now she'd assumed it had existed as a quirk of Fae for all of time. "Not intentionally, but yes, in part," he said as he picked leaves out of his antlers. "It's possible to open it ourselves then, without Rietvar," she said, "and maybe even seal it to keep him from appearing here again." Malor seemed almost bored. When he spoke again, it was a strange thing to hear his hissing voice speak in such a sarcastic tone. "Would I have shown you such things otherwise?" Anova squinted at him, but her annoyance dissolved a moment later. She laughed. "I have only just started to understand the things you do, you creature. So forgive me for questioning you." Malor looked away. Despite what he'd said about not having his own motive, memories, and emotions except what had come from her, he seemed to be becoming more and more a separate being and less just an extension of the Blood Crown's power. While the thought scared her, she didn't allow herself to linger in the fear. The Blood Crown's magic was a strange thing, and hating it had only driven her to ruin. It was as if the curse inside it was fed on her own hate and fear of it. "It will be an issue then if Alice isn't alive," she said to herself. She stopped herself. The other Fae. The gate was opened with magic from a witch, the crown, and the moon. She jerked her gaze to Malor. "Do you know if this will work without using Fae magic?" Malor stared back until his sharp fangs were exposed in a smile. "Does it matter if you don't have the choice?" His smile slipped. "The answer is no." "No, it won't work?" she said. "No, I don't know. I've had enough of this." Malor stood up. Why, she didn't know. He could seemingly disappear and reappear at will, standing or not. "Wait," she said as she stood to stop him. "I need your help. I can't continue without more rest. With me slowing us will waste many more days." He'd at least stopped to listen to her, so she continued. "There should be scouts nearby, or someone friendly to our mission at least. I want you to find them and bring them back to me, so long as they are on the side of Fae." After a moment, Malor said, "As you wish." When she blinked again, he was gone. Anova pulled her canteen from her bag to fill it with more clear water before resting against the smooth trunk of a desiccated tree. She called her barrier around her once more and gave in to a light sleep. Anova jerked awake with the feeling that someone was inside her barrier with her. Her heart calmed somewhat when she saw that it was Malor and not some worse creature. "They plan to kill the witch within the hour," he said in greeting. Anova didn't waste time with questions other than to ask the distance, direction, and whether to expect a battle. Now that she'd been replenished with water and some scarce hours of rest, her legs supported her more easily and she was able to sustain a quick pace. In a rare fit of cooperation, Malor explained the situation to her by showing her a vision of what he'd seen. A small retinue of Fey guards from Eastwoe Palace had cornered a clearing in the far edge of the Gloom Woods. A makeshift tent, draped in leaves and brush, had been fashioned against a leaning tree growing along the area. Malor, apparently not visible to those around him, had entered the tent. Inside it was a small human with braided dark hair. Half-eaten food and other supplies had been scattered about like a windstorm had hit. Salt and dried herbs carefully lined the inside perimeter. Empty vials and other potion materials, such as dried plants, had been left at the foot of her blanket. Alice's face was clearly visible as she slept, though something was wrong. Sweat soaked every part of her skin from her forehead to her dampened clothes. Her breathing was labored. As Anova's vision snapped back to her own, she realized Alice had been sickened. By what method she didn't know, but it appeared her Fey guards didn't need their weapons to kill Alice despite having drawn them. When she came upon the encampment of her Fey soldiers, however, she saw two faces that hadn't been in Malor's vision. Their group had hidden themselves well in the trees, though that likely wasn't necessary considering Alice's condition. Anova nodded for Malor to leave her for now. She'd have to explain him later, as she allowed the barrier shielding her from sight to dissolve in the air. At once, most of the Fae turned from observing Alice's tent to where she'd appeared in their midst. They'd drawn their blades on instinct, and she admired their quick reflexes. Leander and Lycasta stopped mid-conversation to draw their weapons as well. Collectively, she felt their eyes on her form and the blood stains across her dress. Did they notice how the shape of her stomach had changed? Leander was the first to react with something other than a stare.
"We've searched for you for days."
Lycasta cut him off prematurely and took a step towards her after lowering her knives. "You need to go back to the palace." The Fey Lady's eyes were on her too much for her not to have realized what happened. Her gaze was uncomfortable, but Anova didn't falter. Her hands went to Lycasta's arms. "Where is he? Is he alive?" She shifted to look at Leander. "Does he live?" "Cadmus lives." Lycasta slipped out of her grasp. Anova believed that the two of them shared a look of mutual understanding at that moment, but it may have easily been Lycasta wondering if Anova was still sane. But at that moment, Anova didn't care. Relief stole the strength from her lungs, and she nearly stumbled. Lycasta steadied her before quickly removing her hand. "Like I said, you need to go to the palace to be looked at. You and—" Lycasta stopped herself at the look that must have been on Anova's face. She couldn't quite talk about it yet, so Anova pretended she hadn't noticed what she'd nearly said. "You and the baby." One of the Fey guards from the palace approached them, though wisely keeping his distance. He announced, "The archers are in place. They await the command." Behind Lycasta, Leander nodded. "It's time, then." "We can't kill her," she said to him. Her pulse throbbed faster. Didn't they understand? "We don't have much time to save her. She's not well."
"Killing her could reverse the spell they created to blacken the moon," Leander said. "It's the only way."
"You've got it wrong," Anova told him. "I can prove it, but we have to save her first. She's dying as we speak." This time, Lycasta looked at her with open incredulity for her sanity. "You realize she's head of this war, don't you? You know what she's done to all of us." Anova stared back at the Fey Lady. "There are some who've done worse who don't deserve to die either." When Lycasta didn't respond, Anova pushed past her. This would be up to her, it looked like. I guess she hasn't changed after all, Anova thought with bitterness. It didn't matter if those two were on her side. She would stop the archers by herself. It was then that Lycasta spoke up behind her, Tell the archers to stand down. Anova turned in time to see her ask Leander, Do you still have the herb medicine from the palace? He nodded at Lycasta before adding, Though I would hazard a guess, we'll need the abilities of our Blood Queen to have any real effect. His gaze swept to hers as his voice lowered. If we're letting her live, I'm assuming you have a plan. Only if she lives, Anova emphasized. So you'd better bring your best herbs. Chapter 63. You don't know what happened to her? Anova asked Leander. This doesn't make sense. The sound of Alice's uneven heartbeat worried Anova. Their Fey guards had carried her to a cot within one of their tents where the two of them had helped stabilize her condition. Anova had refused Leander or any other healer to look at her. Alice was undeniably in worse shape, and she'd requested their efforts on her first, though she had accepted a change of clothes from Lycasta. She helped Leander by pouring more tincture that he'd made from the supplies they'd brought with them. I don't. Leander's eyes didn't leave his work, where he continued grinding valerian root for another dose of sedative. At the battle between the woodland fae and the humans, Cadmus infiltrated their ranks to take her hostage where she was allegedly leading the charge. The only problem was that it wasn't her. The skin around his eyes wrinkled, and he pulled back his lips in disgust. It wasn't even a human. A live one, anyway. Just like the guards at my tower. Anova stared. He hadn't mentioned this yet. Rietvar. It was all his trap, from start to finish. Leander glanced at her but didn't say anything. And Juris is in Farstar. Maybe he's avoided Rietvar's ploys at least. If he isn't dead. She glared at Leander, though she didn't think he saw it. Anova hadn't quite let that fact go. They had much to do here, but as soon as they revived Alice, she was going to send their forces north to retrieve him. She sighed. It had most certainly been Juris's idea. I told him not to launch himself into danger like that. After a moment, she looked up and asked him, How did you find Alice? When we arrived back in Eastwell following the witch's trail, we found the others searching for you and joined their efforts. It's been days since that alone. I still don't think Cadmus has slept, Leander said. He frowned. He won't be happy we aren't immediately taking you back. Anyway, we happened to find her scent while looking for you. She was in this state when we found her. They hadn't yet identified the cause of her sickness, though Anova had done her best with the crown's magic to treat her symptoms. The strange thing was, her vitals had stabilized with one exception. Her heart. Anova twisted around when a giant gasp pierced the air. Alice's eyes had flown open, and her fists grabbed at the sides of her cot. Her back arched in pain. Anova and Leander were by Alice's side at once, and magic from the blood crown was already spilled from Anova's hands and into her body when she looked up at her. Oh, Leander, Alice gasped. Her eyes were wild and scared as she looked at them. You need to. Her words were cut off in another gasp, and Anova realized her mistake. It wasn't an illness or infection that was weakening her. It was poison. I didn't recognize the signs, Anova said in disbelief. They'd been right in front of her. She blinked. A life was at stake. Now wasn't the time to study her failing. She looked up at Leander, scholar of literature and the natural world. Tell me what to do, she nearly begged. The poison is attacking her heart, he said between his teeth. Direct your magic there. You can try to fortify her heart's strength, but what really needs to happen is purification of the toxins. For a moment, he locked eyes with her above Alice. But be careful. The organ is easily damaged, but not so easily repaired, he said. Sweat ran between her fingers as she placed them on top of Alice's tunic. The witch below her had fallen back against her cot, twisting in pain every few seconds. With such proximity to it, she could feel how her heart stuttered forward. "I don't understand," Alice barely managed to say. Her eyes were clenched shut again. "You should want to let me die. So much effort." "Alice!" The words came from Anova's throat almost involuntarily. "You're not going to die here." Alice shook her head. Sweat had stained into her tunic, spreading from her neckline and her underarms. "You misunderstand." She laughed, but the sound was clipped. "The other way around, I would have wanted it. For the person who is killing my race without lifting a finger." She knows what the moon is doing to the Fae, Anova realized. Anova tried to focus solely on the magic's path within Alice, but the words slipped free from her. "What is going on, Alice? Why were you here?" The witch underneath her touch flinched. Anova scolded herself from pushing the magic to her heart too aggressively. After she regained her breath, Alice said, "I was trying to intercept him. What he was doing disgusted me, and I let it show too much." She gritted her teeth. "I was a fool and met with him alone to speak. He poisoned me with oleander tea." "That doesn't sound like Rietvar," Anova worried. "Who? Why?" she said before she could stop. This could be her only chance to get answers, and she couldn't afford to waste it. "My captain." Alice's dark eyes opened to meet hers. "The young one you met at the estate." Anova tried her best to concentrate. She was close to purifying all the toxins, but she felt she was pushing the witch's heart too hard. Her pulse sped and fell back, catching up on itself in intervals. It was a dangerous dance. Alice closed her eyes once more. "After I realized, after the night of the full moon, I met with my armies intending to disperse them, but I couldn't control them anymore." Her fists grabbed the sides of her bedding harder, and she seemed to swallow another wave of pain. "He's been their leader. Ever since." Her last words ended in a gasp just as Anova heard the sound. For the briefest second that she could spare, she looked at Leander. They both knew. "No, no," Anova said to him like that would fix it. She'd purified the toxins, but at a cost. She'd pushed Alice's heart too hard. "Tell me what to do. Tell me what to give her," she said to Leander again, her hands flying from Alice's chest to the medicines by her bedside for some cure. But Leander just shook his head. Alice was fading. She was on her own. Anova didn't think. There wasn't time for that anymore. She grabbed one of Alice's hands. It was bathed in sweat, but she clung to it. The truth had nearly died before, and she wouldn't let it happen again. Alice needed to know. "Before your mother died, the last High King brought her to Fae to use her for a spell to speak to the dead," she said. "By combining their magic, they did the impossible, Alice." Alice didn't respond, and her heartbeat was only going slower. "Do you understand? He forced open a gateway with her magic, and it was left open. It became the Lost Forest." Anova squeezed her fist harder and placed their interlocked hands upon Alice's chest. "I need your help, Alice. I need you to help me heal you. Because if you don't, there won't be a way to fix this. Rietvar can and will come back. And the worst part is he doesn't have to. Fae itself is already dying, and each of our kind is killing the other while it happens." Tears had started to stream down Anova's face, but she didn't bother wiping them. Nothing mattered now but what happened in this tent, and she'd failed. Anova couldn't seem to let go of Alice's hand. She'd realized too late the antidote to hate was humility. "I won't leave you," Anova whispered when there was no response. "I promise." Her other hand went to her mouth to silence the sobs that wanted to come free from her. This time, she wouldn't break it. After a moment, Leander stood and left the tent. She understood it as a gesture of privacy. The two of them had been molded from the same earth, and Anova felt the loss deep in her chest. "We should have been working together to better this world." Anova's jaw trembled. It started as a twinge in her palm where it was pressed against Alice's. Anova wiped the moisture from her eyes with the back of her hand. Even with clear vision, she didn't believe it. A light had sparked where her heart was, underneath their interlocked hands. Alice's magic was warm where it touched against Anova's skin. Her breathing was labored as it began again. Anova jerked herself into action. She pushed more of her own magic through her palm where she held Alice's hand. "Carry this energy," she shouted in her mind at their connection. "Carry it and save this life." A gasp broke the still air. Alice shot up in her cot as Anova released her hand. Alice's hair stuck to the sides of her face from sweat. Her hands went to her chest as she gasped. "It's gone. The poison." Her wild eyes landed on Anova. "Anova, you brought me back. Somehow." They went from Anova's giddy face to her stomach. Something in her eyes changed. It was a shame. It had been in her words when they'd tried to save her before, but it was written too plainly on her face now. She'd seen what happened, and realized her part in how it came to be, Anova guessed. Anova took her hand. "We fix what we can, Alice, as long as I have your help in this." After a few seconds, Alice squeezed her hand back. "I should have realized before. I was such a fool." Alice shook her head. "It didn't start with Oleander. The poison was already in my heart. I'm sorrier than I can say, Anova. For everything." "I accept your apology. Besides, I was just as much of an ass." Anova smiled. "They should really be afraid of us working together." The corner of Alice's mouth moved up in a devious grin to match hers. "They should." Chapter 64. They arrived on the lawn as afternoon sunlight streamed through thin clouds. Anova had never felt more relieved to see Eastwoe Palace as she was then. She and Alice had shared passage on the back of one of Lycasta's moths, while Lycasta, Leander, and their fey guards had shared the others. During their journey, the two of them had shared stories and information freely. As they spoke, their plan came into focus. It's possible. We might just be able to do this. Even so, there was only one glaring flaw. Their formula was missing fey magic, nectar of the moon. "We'll figure something out. We have to," Anova thought. As Lycasta's moths graced the earth, the guards stationed around Eastwoe Palace came to them. After verifying who they were, they started to help their group from the backs of the moths. Just as a guard helped her feet to the ground, Anova heard the sounds of swords unsheathing. "It's the witch! Their commander!" shouted a fey guard. "Restrain her!" The command rang out through the area as more guards rushed to their group. Anova's teeth grinded in her head, but before she could reprimand the guard for the assumption that he could give such orders, Leander had appeared between the guards and where Alice was still on their moth. "This is the Blood Queen's guest, and as such she will be treated with respect,"
You will replace your weapons, he said, unless you wish my brother to have more practice fodder for his attempts with the bow.
His eyes gleamed with the promise to carry out the threat, and maybe even some glee to do so. But all those who had drawn weapons did as he'd said without another word. Before another Fae could do it, Anova extended her hand to help Alice down. Alice hadn't said a word yet. Anova would have been a fool herself to think that a lifetime of festering wounds and prejudice concerning the Fae had been healed with a little reconciliation. But instead of reacting to the other Fae's threatening gestures, she merely thanked Anova for her help. A disturbance in front of the palace's entrance caught Anova's attention. The doors rumbled behind two Fae as they exited the palace.
I don't care how many we need to take from the kitchens to put on as temporary guards. Train them for an afternoon, and they'll do fine for the moment. We need more for the search teams.
It was Cadmus. Unferth was beside him, running to keep up with his gait. They hadn't seen their group yet.
Kitchen hands. We sit exposed here, Unferth argued. Kitchen hands won't fight off her armies, especially assisted by the Dreadwolf's tactics. I will fight them off myself then, Cadmus snarled back. You haven't seen what I can do. Send them all.
Unferth's eyes finally focused on what was downwind of them, and he stopped to stare at their group. Cadmus jerked his gaze up moments later. It was like no one else existed to him. Her heart felt like it had been shot with poison, but she relished the feeling so long as it meant she got to see him. The soreness in her lower half and in her very soul cried out, but she ignored these feelings as she started to run to him. He beat her to him by a wide margin and swept her into his arms. His kisses trailed her neck until she could take it no longer. She kissed him back on the mouth as he held her.
Anova.
He couldn't seem to complete the thought. I know, she said back. I know. His hand grazed her stomach. It must have felt different, for his grip on her changed. Soft. Questioning. Anova shook her head in the hollow of his throat. It was all the answer he needed. After the past few days, she'd thought all her tears had left her body. She was wrong. He held her tighter. After nightfall and more than one bath, Anova had shared their nascent plan with the others. Juris still hadn't returned, but their scouts had reported that an army of humans larger than they'd seen yet was marching through the Soarlands. They'd likely arrive in Eastwoe in a day, and to the palace in only another after that. As they were now, it would be enough to overtake their forces. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. Surprisingly, it had been Alice's idea on how to deal with the human invaders peacefully. Once they returned the moon from the realm of the unliving to theirs, they would have enough power from moonlight nectar to put them all under a Fae sleeping spell and end the war in one night. The hard part would come before that, however. Anova shook her head in her room's mirror. If she didn't believe it was possible, then it wouldn't be. Simple as that. Cadmus helped her into a silk dress with a soft pleated skirt. He wore a silk gray shirt that matched her dress and black tailored pants. They left to meet the others in the war strategy room. As had been all the others before it for too many nights, it was a dark night. Nothing but faint starlight filtered through the windows along the walls, so the servants had lighted lanterns throughout the palace. She was glad to see nothing alive in them. Della hugged her upon entering, which was how she knew that she, Maris, and Nerium were already present. You don't hug Fae queens, Della. Not in front of their people. It undermines their authority, Maris said when she sat beside her at the wide table. Della frowned and nodded, but Anova went over to the two of them and hugged them both with one arm. Stupid rules get broken. Or at least here they do, Anova said. I'm sorry, Anova. And Della, too, Maris said. I shouldn't have. Maris's embarrassed smile broke off when Alice entered, cloaked and shadowed by Unferth. Anova pulled a chair out for the witch to sit next to her.
"Thank you, Anova," she murmured.
The others knew that she'd arrived with Anova and on friendly terms, but it was an entirely different thing to be sitting at the same table with one they'd considered a mortal enemy a night ago. Leander sat on Cadmus's other side just as Lycasta wordlessly claimed the seat next to him. She watched their interactions for a moment and tried not to draw attention to the fact. Leander was speaking quietly under his breath, too quietly even for her fey ears to hear his words. She'd at first assumed he spoke to his brother beside him, but she saw that wasn't the case when Lycasta nodded at him. A moment later of this quiet conversation, and a side smile slipped onto her face. It wasn't her business, so she didn't pry, but she squeezed Cadmus's hand when she noticed that he'd seen the same thing.
"I want him to be happy,"
Cadmus explained too quietly for any other ears to hear.
"He feels he doesn't deserve it, or his life."
Anova frowned at the thought. No matter the complicated history between the four of them, she wanted the same for them both, she realized. Unferth interrupted the thought.
"Now that we've all had a day to sit with the information, we have tonight to construct our plan to stand against the Dread Wolf and save our realm."
Unferth nodded to Anova. She breathed to steady her nerves before speaking. As you all know by now, High King Arian created the gateway to the unliving realm known as the Lost Forest. Our issue, however, is that we cannot freely access this gate to step inside Death's realm whenever we choose. Alice and I have experienced ourselves that only those that Rietvar wishes to enter his domain can do so. But, she said, holding one finger up, we have something we didn't before. We have the directions for the spell that created the gateway.
Intriguing claim. I see you've kept my seat warm, Blood Queen.
Hellmyr's voice carried through the room and over the heads of the gathered as he stepped fully inside. Chapter 65.
But sharing our strategy table with mortal enemies is going a little far, don't you think?
Hellmyr said in completion of his thought. Juris walked in beside him, and Anova rushed to his side.
"You live," she breathed. Her eyes narrowed. "You told me you weren't going to risk yourself unnecessarily."
"Oh, believe me, it was all necessary," Juris said with a rueful smile. He was suddenly serious.
"Unnecessary risk? Is this a phrase you really know, Anova?"
Anova resisted the urge to pinch him or worse, considering they stood before a group of some of the most powerful individuals across their two lands combined, and beheld Hellmyr. In many ways, he wasn't as she remembered him. A long, jagged scar ran along his neck where he'd nearly died, and then there was his appearance next to Juris. Hellmyr had emerged holding his hand, while his other had hovered over the handle of his sheathed blade.
"You owe me a story,"
she whispered to Juris, though Hellmyr hadn't missed the whisper as he looked between them suspiciously.
"I think we all owe each other one."
Hellmyr's eyes narrowed on Alice, and the temperature of the room seemed to drop. Anova moved herself between them to break his gaze. "That's enough. We're all on the same side. So long as you're with us too," she said. Hellmyr's flickering gaze was so fast she'd nearly missed it. Nearly. He looked to Juris, though he hadn't seemed to notice. Anova swallowed. It seemed he'd accepted the witch's curse. He certainly seemed less murderous. She hoped this was the best thing for Juris as well. Time will tell.
"We are on the side of Fae," Hellmyr said at last. "I don't think that my allegiance needs to be questioned in that regard, but here we are."
Unferth had stood upon his king's arrival and hadn't sat again. She realized he was giving up his seat for his king, but Hellmyr didn't seem to care. Anova did her best to ignore his stubbornness. It was a boon that they were all here and agreed. Loosely, she added in her mind. "Excellent," she said, refusing to rise to his bait. "We can proceed then." She addressed them all again. "As I said, we know now that High King Arion caused the rift between the living and unliving realms known as the Lost Forest. It was from the combined use of magic from a witch, fae, and the Blood Crown, and recreating the spell is how we cross into Rietvar's domain on our terms. This is how we close the gateway permanently." "How can you be so sure?" Hellmyr's eyes were sharp on Alice. "How can you know you aren't playing into the plans of his commander?" Alice didn't look away. "I have nothing to hide, Fae King." Even Juris didn't look at all comfortable with the witch's presence. Before the anger rose in her at the time they were losing by bickering like this, she stopped herself. "This wasn't her plan, Hellmyr," Anova said. "So your suspicions are null. Can we continue?" "You still haven't revealed how you have knowledge of this." Hellmyr's violet-black eyes drank her in. "It isn't a crime to be curious, is it? I was in my dear, murderous father's employ as a guard for some time. Never did I hear of him doing such a thing." She could see that he was trying to trust her, perhaps for Juris's sake, but that didn't matter to the annoyance she'd buried in her at his words. If he only let me speak for more than a moment, he'd know, Anova thought. "Because you weren't there. As I recall, you were nothing but Gleeheart's spoiled youngling at the time." Malor tilted his antlered head from where he'd appeared behind Anova. Except for the two that she'd told already, Cadmus and Alice, the rest of the room collectively jumped from the sight of Malor and drew their weapons. Hellmyr swore and shoved himself in front of Juris. Through his teeth, he hissed, "Never thought I'd see you again, you freak." "Get away from Anova!" Nerium ordered as he and Leander started from separate sides to flank Malor. "Cadmus!" he snapped when he saw he hadn't moved to help them. "Enough," she said. "Malor is on our side." "Arion's puppet could never be on our side," Leander said. There was a strange look in his face that she didn't recognize. It was then that she saw how the blade in his hand trembled, ever so slightly. Cadmus stood and placed himself before his brother. "Calm yourselves. He won't hurt anyone here. I've seen myself how he is under Anova's control." Leander's dark eyes were erratic. "You would join with that?" Betrayal was clear in his voice. "It's not the same," Cadmus said. "Malor is a manifestation of the crown's magic. He is a tool of the wearer's will and little more." "He killed us, Cadmus," Leander said through his teeth. "You were there, or don't you remember?" Cadmus stared back at the Fae who was his mirror image. In a too quiet voice, he said, "How could I ever forget?" The others had all replaced their weapons, and most had taken their seats again. Without another word, Leander left the room. Lycasta followed a second later. Nerium mouthed something to Cadmus. Only after several seconds did he nod to his unspoken words. Anova sank back into her seat. This wasn't going quite how she'd envisioned it. "At least they're listening now," she observed, though the Fae still present couldn't seem to keep glancing at Malor when they thought him not looking at him. But in truth, if she was going to form a plan, they needed his memories to help them. Alice pulled back her hood as she leaned forward to take the table. "As Anova said, the spell requires the combination of different magic. Mine, the kind produced by the Blood Crown, and Fae magic. Nothing less will do." Across from her, Nerium said, "We don't have access to ours without the moon. Considering the Blood Crown is an artifact made from witch and Fae magic together, will Anova's contribution suffice?" Malor's red eyes didn't blink as he answered,
What you know as the blood crown is distinct from the parts that made it. The spell will not work without fey magic in its pure form.
Anova said, "We've already thought of a solution. We simply need an extraction of moonlight nectar, even if it was originally harvested for another use like a barrier or weapon." She nodded at Unferth. "There should be some that the healers have reserved, at least." But Unferth's face was grave. "Despite our survival, the battle between the false witch and our side resulted in many casualties for the unallied Fae. Those that we could save, we saved. But the cost was high for our supplies." Cadmus's head jerked to his.
"There was some reserved for Anova, I'm positive."
For the baby, she realized. Her stomach squirmed at the thought. Unferth's jaw flexed.
"Gone. I suspect we have thieves."
Anova's hands ran through her hair. "How? This is a palace of Fae. How is none left?" Hellmyr broke the silence. "They are frightened of dying in their sleep. They are frightened of turning to leaves in the wind upon morning light." He stood. "On the night of my mother's death, her soul passed enough strength to me to keep me alive. I should have died that night, but I see now why I didn't." He slipped a small object from his pocket. The amber light gleamed redder along the rubies embedded in it. It was a brooch that resembled a red and black striped bee. "Count me in, but only if I get to repay Rietvar a favor." Hellmyr's hand ran over his scarred throat as his mouth formed a devilish smile. Chapter 66. "And that makes a third," Alice said. At once, Juris was on his feet.
"I didn't go all the way to Farstar so that beast could finish what he started."
Anova noted how the skin around Hellmyr's eyes tightened a degree at his words. But when he spoke, he was all wicked Fae King as his teeth showed. "It's the beast who should cower, darling." Before this could go further, Anova caught Juris's eye. "I know what you feel, Juris, but I think it would have had to be this way regardless." She turned to the rest to explain the second part of their plan. "In order to undo what has been done to the moon, we will need every element with us of the bargain spell Alice and Rietvar originally made. In witch magic, it is called annulling," Alice said as she continued Anova's thought. "First, we need access to the moon, requiring us first to get to the realm of the unliving. Second, we need the blood of a powerful being of magic to reactivate the spell. I counted on that being Rietvar himself, but if it were somehow possible to avoid a confrontation with the Dreadwolf, I don't think much would be needed from another source. The ritual was activated well before." Alice trailed off unhappily. Hellmyr raised an eyebrow. "Witch's blood not cut it, is that it?" He sighed, leaned back, and stared at the ceiling. "Fine, I get it. What worked before would be ideal." His voice turned sardonic. "Just know you're not getting enough this time to drown in it, witch." "Then I'm coming as well," Juris said. His hands hovered over the knives sheathed at his waist. Hellmyr straightened. "You're most certainly not. I can only die in so many ways." "It's not possible," Alice said before Juris could argue further. "Forcing our way into Rietvar's realm with this spell will take a great deal of energy. Each participant will have to expend all the magic they can give, and will only be able to focus on bringing themselves." The witch stared at Hellmyr's brooch. "Frankly, I'm doubtful when it comes to the depth of magic stored in that, but we have no other choice, it seems."
"Anova briefed me on this already. Based on what we've seen of their side and how Rietvar's mind works, we think the moon will be attainable as a physical thing. A small trinket or something to represent it,"
Cadmus said next to her. She looked at him and wondered where he was going with this.
With 3 focused on opening and closing the gateway, another should be tasked with guarding the moon, seeing as how they're taking it from the Lord of Death himself.
Alice crossed her arms over her chest. There simply isn't enough magic to get you through to the other side. You've as much potential for magic right now as him, she said, pointing to Juris.
I can easily pull my weight on the way back, Cadmus said.
You have to get there with us first, Alice said. Cadmus, Anova murmured to him. She held his hand under the table and looked at him. In his face was an unspoken need. Anova looked over to the witch. We could try, couldn't we? It would be obvious from the start if the spell doesn't have enough power for all of us to enter his domain. Something in Alice's expression changed. All right. We'll try with us 4. She threw another look at Cadmus across the table. Remember, your only goal there should be to attain and guard the moon. There was something else unspoken in what she'd said, however. Something full of remorse and understanding. She knew it well. The night before they all left for the woods where the lost forest was hidden, Hellmyr had announced a great feast in the hall below to celebrate his return, the announcement of his true mate, and a turning of the tides in the war. She knew it was all political theater and that hosting a party was likely one of the last things he'd wanted to do that night, but it was important for them to see him as their king again. Anova and Cadmus had made a brief appearance, long enough to see Juris blush either from the Fey-made wine he'd sampled or all the toasts made to him. She hoped he and Juris would be happy together. Juris seemed to be a good influence on him, and if she knew anything about Hellmyr, it was that he was protective of his lovers. Juris had told her what had happened between him, Bronn, and Hinterfell in Farstar. They'd made a pact between the 4 of them, Della, Maris, and the 2 brothel brats, to return to Urbess as soon as it was safe enough and liberate those still at the Rosebud. Anova walked to one of the windows inside her old suite where they stayed. Faint stars glimmered over Eastwoe, but much of Fae was dressed in a thick shadow. She wondered where the human armies were within their forests even now, plotting to save their Fae heads to bring back home with them. Hate had spawned this war, and they would need something else to end it. Cadmus's hands found her bare shoulders as he pulled her to him. He didn't speak as he held her, seeming to be content with just that. After some silence, Anova said, "Do you think she'll be there?" She couldn't look at his face, so she stared out into the dangerous beauty of a darkened Fey night. "I think so," he said in a quiet voice that hardly left his throat. "Somewhere." He squeezed her harder. "I hope she's sleeping peacefully like you were when I found you there." She closed her eyes against his skin. His heartbeat thrummed against her, and she cherished its rhythm. Some moments later, she whispered, "We can't bring her back, can we?" Her heart twisted to ask the question, but she already knew the answer. Souls that passed from this life to the next didn't belong here. Alice had reminded her of that gently before the meeting. A drop of moisture hit her head, and it was only then that she realized Cadmus was crying silent tears. He wiped hers from her face. "No, but to sleep isn't a bad thing, Anova." Chapter 67. By the first rays of the new day, Anova, Cadmus, Alice, and Hellmyr left on horseback. Flying by Lycasta's moths would have been faster. However, Anova had enough difficulty concentrating on a moving barrier large enough to keep the 4 of them absolutely unseen and otherwise undetectable while riding on a horse. In the air, covering at least 2 giant moths and their passengers, she trusted herself less. Besides, she hadn't seen or spoken to either Lycasta or Leander since they'd left their strategy meeting. Unferth and Nerium were officially their commanders in charge, while the four of them were absent. But Anova would have felt more comfortable knowing they had the support of those two as well. I should have warned him about Malor. I'm sorry, she said under her breath to Cadmus behind her as they rode.
Don't be. It's my fault,
he added after a pause.
I should have anticipated his reaction. I felt the same.
Anova stiffened at his admission. Under the High King's direction, Malor had killed many people. She should have expected it, really. He had every right to hate Malor, whether or not he was a specter of magic or a flesh-and-blood creature.
But I've long since vowed to accept you. All of you,
Cadmus said as he interlaced his fingers with hers.
Besides, odd as it sounds, I am grateful for Malor. I know it's what kept you alive during those days.
Anova nodded in answer. Some responses didn't need words. Ahead of them, Hellmyr held a fist in the air and slowed the horse he and Alice reluctantly shared. What's going on? Anova shouted to them. They'd only just crossed into the Soralands less than an hour ago. Though they were searching for an approximate location, this was too soon to be the Lost Forest. But it was then that she noticed it, too. Once she smelled it, the stench was unignorable. Cadmus steered their horse close against the other one as he spoke to them. The Fey King had already drawn his blade.
Did you leave the barrier at all? For even a second?
Alice shook her head. She'd smelled it too. Anova could see the disgust on her face. It was the smell of rotting dead. As their two horses picked carefully through the gloom woods, Anova was the first to see any sign of the bodies. She clapped a hand over her mouth. Hellmyr hissed under his breath at the sight. Cadmus pulled her closer as he held his blade before them. It was Cadmus who first recognized them.
Argus' band,
he said as he looked up at Hellmyr.
The ones who left after Anova took command of the palace.
Anova kept them close to the other horse to keep the barrier strong between them. Her jaw ached from clenching it. Some of them had been cooks, stable hands, peaceful Fae.
The men did this. It was the army led by their new captain, Alice said between her teeth. I recognize the style.
We should go, Anova said. It felt uncomfortably like a trap. Even if it wasn't, it meant their enemies were too close for them to stop. Anova's barrier didn't fail them as they rode farther inside the balmy spring forests. Afternoon sunlight fell past the leaves of conifers above them. Suddenly, the forest yielded to cleared lands. They stopped their mounts. As far as Anova could see stretched fields and rolling hills. We passed it, she said, but she was shaking her head. She turned to face the others. The lake should have been there, even if the gateway wasn't open.
You're sure it wasn't closer to the forests edging the boundary? Hellmyr asked. No, she's right. Much farther and will happen upon Wolfsbane Estate. It was well before it, Cadmus said.
Either way, we have no choice but to track back another way to find it, Alice said. She looked to the sky past the thin barrier protecting them. Anova knew what they were all thinking. They didn't have another day to spare. The human armies would be upon Eastwoe Palace by then. In another, Fae could be taken and those they loved killed or stolen as captives.
Are you certain the lake exists without entering the gateway proper? Hellmyr asked.
Yes, Anova said. Entering the Lost Forest is different. It's a shift. The sun will stop moving overhead and shadows will flee you. But the physical, the trees and lake will always be there, just as they existed before Arian started his spell.
Then we have no choice, Hellmyr said. We'll have to split into two parties to find it.
They'll find you without my barrier, Anova said.
We have to risk it, Hellmyr said. It's the only way to find it in time.
But Alice was shaking her head. She thought it was at what they'd said until Anova followed her gaze over the trees.
Over there, she said, hovering over the treetops. You should see it better than I can.
Surprise caught in her throat. It turned to concern a moment later. An oversized moth fluttered over the trees in the evening light, but there was something erratic to its movements.
Let's go, Anova said.
She'd had enough observing.
It has to be them.
The closer they rode, the more Anova debated removing their barrier. If this was truly an ally of theirs helping them, the four of them and their horses would be undetectable. But the memory of the Fae bodies piled in the forest stilled her hand. Their enemies were here, whether they saw them yet or not. The sense of the forest turned at once to an overwhelming mix of different animals, as if they'd been summoned by her thoughts alone. The sound of humans shouting and firing arrows filled the air. "Stay close!" she shouted to them as they galloped near the heart of the fray. It was as she'd feared. As they approached the men wearing animal skins, she saw clearly who they fired at. Upon the moth's back were Lycasta and Leander. Cadmus's muscles tightened behind her. Why were they here? If they'd intended to escape Fae, they were still a distance away from the boundary line. She realized a possible answer then. But first, she needed to do something. "Bring us closer to them," Anova said. "As close as we can get without stepping on humans." They pressed closer to the humans on the ground. Archers fired arrows at the moth's wings, and there was evidence that they hadn't evaded all. Some arrow shafts had partially buried themselves in its delicate, white wings. When they were close enough, Anova raised her hands above her head as searing light pushed from her palms. To Anova's eyes, nothing seemed to have changed. Leander and Lycasta continued to fire back at the humans below, but the humans on the ground ceased. They started to circle the area in search of their enemy. To them, it would have seemed they'd disappeared from the skies. "Don't strain your magic too much, Anova," Alice said. "Remember what we need to do." Anova shook her head. The witch would understand that she had to do this. She fired a single ball of white magic into the sky above them to get their attention. Each of the great moth's wings was wider than a man was tall by far. When it perched in a conifer above them, the wind it produced was almost enough to knock Anova from their horse. Leander jumped down first.
"Nerium told me your plan," he said to Cadmus, "and the task you faced finding a place named for its elusiveness."
His eyebrows rose as he closed the distance between them. Cadmus said,
"Are you sure you weren't just making sure I lived to repay you your book collection? You should have asked for our help, thick-headed Fae."
Leander embraced his twin. After a moment of apparent shock, Cadmus returned the gesture. Leander's face screwed up as he seemed to think about it more.
"But you still owe me that, so yes. Make sure to come back."
As they parted, his eyes traveled over the others, stopping at Anova's gaze last.
"And the rest of you as well," he said. "The realm of the unliving is a quiet, ethereal place. The dead should not bother you there, for they are lost within the worlds of their dreams. But be careful of Riedvar."
"You're just south of the spot. We'll lead them from here to protect you while your barrier is down," Lycasta said. Anova nodded her thanks. She and the others had separated from Cadmus and Leander to give them some privacy during their conversation. Once, she would have called herself a fool for trusting these two so. She realized she was glad she'd started to, as the four of them left in the direction that Lycasta had indicated. Above her, she saw the white form of a moth disappear into the darkening sky. Chapter 68. It was as Anova had remembered it, with some exceptions. The lake felt harmless, and the day had passed instead of standing still. Their shadows were long on the ground. The four of them had spread out evenly along the perimeter of the lake. Remember, focus on making your magic meet those on either side of you until we've circled the lake. The gateway sleeping there should activate then, Alice said across from her. She looked over to Cadmus. Try to receive the magic of those around you. Have you done something like this before? Anova called back to her. Alice shook her head, and Anova swallowed. It was just as well. She spread her hands out as the others did the same. The Blood Crown's magic surged readily through her at her request, and searing light spread from her hands. Some distance away, Alice's witch magic flowed in waves from her, and when their magic met, she could feel the difference. It was an energy that felt controlled and measured compared to hers. The Blood Crown's energy was all fire and heat, unsteady and dancing, while Alice's magic was like a series of echoes. It felt greater with each wave that slid against her notice. Anova breathed in deeper as she realized how her own magic responded and grew. Headiness tried to overtake her, but she focused on accessing the well of magic before her and spreading hers to the others. When she could feel nothing in response, Anova looked up. Hellmyr held the enspelled brooch between his thumb and forefinger. A soft white light radiated from it and through his other palm. If she concentrated, she could feel its influence, but it was hard to notice past Alice's flood. Between them, Cadmus stood with his palms to the sky. His eyes were closed, and she could see the strain on his face, but she felt only emptiness from his direction. "It's not working like it should," Alice called. Her eyes were wide. Anova heard it then. The screams. They bounced off the trunks of the trees surrounding them and filled the air with terror. No birds or animals appeared, but a wispy mist started to rise from the earth. Somehow, Anova knew they were the screams of the Fey princess who had died in the lake. Despite no apparent disturbance, the lake's water had started to push and pull against its shores. "We need more," Alice said. "Now!" Anova felt for the soft energy held in Hellmyr's palm and closed her eyes. She remembered how the moon felt on her skin on a dark night. She remembered how it had felt to bask in its glow on the last night it had been full. She remembered dancing on the surface of water to celebrate its coming. Hellmyr's moonlight magic traveled through the stream she and Alice had started. Her heart pounded with joy at the feeling of the moon. The Fey princess's screams had quieted. Anova opened her eyes and saw Cadmus had opened his as well. He stepped back from the lake and mouthed some words to her. "I'm sorry. Tell her goodbye for me." Tears had started to cloud her vision. He'd never seen his daughter, and he never would. Something fell forward from her like raindrops left in tree branches well after a storm had passed. It had the outline of a Fey, but it was nearly transparent as it moved on the air to where Cadmus had stood. The shape of his antlers became barely visible, and she knew that it was Malor responding to her unspoken request. He stood in an exact copy of how Cadmus had seconds before, his palms facing the sky. The lake's water nearly sloshed high enough to drown any one of them on land, but it hadn't broken over its shores yet. Cadmus watched this all, his eyes moving from the lake to the form of Malor standing in his place before him. "We've opened it," Alice called. "It will take us to the other side. Don't falter." Before the wall of water broke from the lake on all sides, Cadmus stepped into Malor's empty form. The water's pull felt inexorable as the wave grew twice as tall as any of them. It was all Anova remembered, before water flooded her mouth and nostrils and she was dragged forward. Anova wasn't sure how much time she'd spent falling through to the bottom of the lake before she broke the surface. Sweet air filled and left her lungs too fast, and the world shifted against the bobbing motion of the water. Her body hit the land that tapered into the lake, and she coughed up water as she dragged herself ashore. Arms pulled her upright and squeezed her in a tight hug. She breathed in Cadmus's smell. I can't believe it. Anova looked to the night sky above, and the sight took her breath away. The moon was full above them. It was strange, however, in that she didn't feel a pull to the heavens as she usually did when it was high above. We got here because of you, Cadmus said, interrupting the thought. His eyes were bright. As they pulled away, she saw Hellmyr and Alice on the shore nearby. As soon as she could, she took some of the remaining magic from the blood crown to dress the air in an insulating barrier for them. Hellmyr was looking at the woods that surrounded them. The four of them were alone in the small glade. Do you feel it? Hellmyr asked, nodding to a cleared area of forest beyond the lake that hadn't been there before. The more she looked in that direction, the more she realized the pull of the moon was coming from there and not above her. She was certain that was where they'd find the physical token of the moon. All they had left to do was to annul the spell holding it to this realm and take it back with them. As they walked there, Anova looked to the forest that surrounded them. The last time she'd been in this place, there had only been darkness beyond the glade where Rietvar had been. Now, moonlight partially illuminated the dense forest beyond. If she concentrated hard enough, she could see the faint outline of movement through the branches. She stopped to look closer and realized the forest was full of some things moving through it. But they didn't move like people, animals, or anything else she knew. A whisper slipped through the sound of wind moving through the glade. Anova. Cadmus pulled her to him. Don't focus on them, he said. Anova blinked at the shapes moving through the trees. She knew what Cadmus had said to be logical, but she couldn't help but stare. She thought she'd heard something. Nov. She froze in her path. She hadn't imagined that. It was the nickname that her mother had given her. Her heart bounded faster. Anova, please, he said. We have to keep moving. Just a moment. I think I see something, Anova muttered as she pushed away Cadmus's hold on her. She hadn't seen or spoken to her for 6 long years. 6 years she'd lived with the hole in her heart that her mother's passing had left. She'd never gotten to tell her goodbye, or that she loved her a last time. Anova, she's gone, Cadmus said more forcefully. Her hands shook, but she didn't look away. She couldn't. It would be like losing her again. Look at me, Cadmus said as he brought her face to his. Anova blinked as her sight focused on his face. The words dried in her mouth. Just beyond them, Hellmyr and Alice had stopped walking towards the moon's pull as well. They'd nearly reached the shrouded forest around them. It got them too, she gasped. She ran to take Alice as he went to Hellmyr. He took her, Alice said through her teeth when she'd reached her. He took her and used her and killed her when she became useless to him. Let her rest, Alice, Anova said to her. She spun the witch around so she faced Anova. Remember why we're here. Remember what we need to do yet. Alice fell back several steps as she blinked. Hellmyr's hands were raking through his hair, but at least he wasn't looking at the forest anymore. Cadmus turned to address them all. The dead sleep around us in the shrouded forest, but their dreams are too inviting to listen to for long. If we are to leave this place, we cannot pay attention to them. Hellmyr looked at him strangely.
And why aren't you affected? Care to share that?
Cadmus just smiled back.
Because I remember my own dreams, Hellmyr.
The smile fell from his face.
But we have a bigger concern than the dead's dreams, I'm afraid.
He nodded towards the clearing. They were close enough now to enter it. A pine tree taller than she'd ever remembered seeing met the night sky above. Like the rest of the woods, darkness shrouded much of it in shadow. Circling and twisting around its trunk and branches was a vine that stretched along most of its height. The vine dressed the tree in a rash of heart-shaped verdant leaves like a cascading dress, but only one flower bloomed along its length. It was a single white blossom, a moonflower. When she saw it, Anova knew that this was the token of the moon. It was too bad that a tail curled around it, leading to a thick, white-coated body, which was neither a wolf nor a bear. Chapter 69. Rietvar was supported by the tree's needle-coated branches while he slept in his animal form. As he breathed, his chest rose and fell in regular intervals. In that moment, he looked too much to Anova like an animal of the woods and nothing else. Cadmus addressed the others.
If we are to free it from his clutches, it's time to perform the annulment.
The four of them came before the pine tree, their footfalls softened by Anova's magic as they moved. I forsake the bargain spell made between myself and the creature known as Rietvar, Alice said. By invoking it as incomplete and presenting its elements. Alice pulled a vial from her pocket that looked to be water. She uncorked it and poured its contents into one of her palms. In it reflected the image of the moon, full and coldly unmoving at its zenith. The moon, trapped with the dead, she murmured. Anova knew her barrier kept their sound from waking Rietvar, but she kept an eye on him and a hand on the pommel of her sword regardless. His breath moved slowly in and out of him. Hellmyr stepped forward next, a knife in one hand as he opened his other to the starless sky. Briefly, his eyes flicked to Alice's.
I'm trusting you, witch.
And I you, she answered. He paused some seconds before making a shallow cut in his palm that beaded immediately. At once, the scent of fey blood laced the air, and she wondered if Hellmyr's blood truly was stronger than that of the average fey. The lifeblood of a being of powerful magic, Alice said. After she approached Hellmyr, she focused on the water pooled in her palm. And magic to close the loop of energy. Light glowed in her hand as the water's surface began to tremble. By thus, I render this spell annulled. Alice clasped Hellmyr's hand, and the light within their grip faded to nothing. The four of them stood in silence. Other than a breeze that stirred the leaves of the forest beyond, the glade remained still. Anova waited and counted the breaths of the dread wolf of the night. 1, 2, 3. The breeze turned from soft and meandering to gracefully insistent. The white petals of the moonflower ruffled in the wind until the bloom fell from the vine.
Someone protect it,
Hellmyr hissed. It drifted down, and Anova rushed forward to catch the sudden gift from the tree. In the moment before she nearly crumpled it in her palm, she loosed a bubble of magic that swallowed the flower whole when they met. Anova barely breathed as she looked upon it. This is it, isn't it? She whispered. I can feel life in it.
It's what gave all Fae life,
Cadmus said next to her.
I can't believe it,
Hellmyr said in a half-laugh. He glanced at Alice and shook his head.
It actually worked.
Alice smiled back at him.
I don't always trick Fae, only sometimes. Although I trust in Anova's silencing spell, we should leave, Cadmus said.
He pulled Anova closer to him, and their gazes went to Rietvar still sleeping in the tree branches before them. And yet, it was from another direction that a voice spoke. My lord told me there would be intruders soon. She walked from the clearing where they'd entered into this world. Her clothes, a tunic and pants, were somewhere between deepest blue and black like the shifting color of the night sky. Her hair, a striking black color, had been braided and pinned against her head. Eyebrows lifted above piercing brown eyes that seemed too familiar to Anova. She was too lithe to be anything but Fae, and as the light of the moon found her, Anova saw her pointed ears clearly. Beside her, the others slipped weapons into their hands but didn't dare move. She tilted her head in response. Yes, I can see you, if that's what you're wondering. But that wasn't quite what Anova was concerned about. She stepped towards her.
Who are you?
The words barely left her throat. The girl smiled with all the arrogance in the world, and Anova's heart froze. She'd seen that expression 100 times before. He said you would ask such questions. She drew 2 swords that had been sheathed at her waist.
Get out of our way,
Hellmyr said between his teeth. The girl took a few more steps towards them.
But you're the wrong age,
Anova whispered. Alice stepped in front of their group. She'd drawn her own blade, and a black fire had sparked along its edge. Step out of our way and no harm will come to you, Alice said. We're leaving this place with what belongs to our world. Then he said you would claim to know me. It was then that Alice lunged towards her in an attack. Before Anova could do anything, Cadmus darted between the 2 of them, blocking Alice's flaming sword with his own. What are you doing? Alice yelled.
Don't attack her,
Cadmus managed to say against the strain of keeping her magic from spreading. Anova stepped forward. Distantly, she heard Hellmyr curse under his breath. She wondered if he'd realized it too. Anova kept her voice steady, even as her soul trembled. Elisa, do you know who I am? The girl with Cadmus's face looked back at her until something glimmered in the girl's eyes. And he said you would be liars. It was then that the ground itself shook from the weight of a great beast landing behind them. At the same time, the girl who wore the face of their daughter rushed forward in a deadly strike. Chapter 70. Cadmus twisted around just in time to see the girls strike for him. It wasn't an attack meant to injure an enemy or make them yield. Anova's blood ran cold, and she twisted to face Rietvar. He stood before them on all 4 limbs as the white wolf beast. A vile feeling rose in her. You stole her from me, Rietvar. I don't take what doesn't belong to me, Anova of the Blood Crown. Teeth peeked through his wide maw when he spoke. Besides, you were the one who gave the infant up freely. Anova couldn't move as the thought crossed her mind. He's right. But I thought her gone from this world already. White blurred in front of her, and someone pushed her back, causing her to stumble to the ground. Anova, guard your moon, Alice said. She saw belatedly how claw marks had scored the dirt. Rietvar narrowed his eyes at his missed meal. Anova breathed and tried to do as Alice had instructed her, but the sounds of Cadmus and their daughter dueling nearly stole her concentration again.
Why is my daughter here like this, Rietvar? She demanded as the wolf started to circle them.
I don't know what you mean. She is not your daughter, at least anymore. His coal eyes were dull. Now return my possession to me.
Anova breathed. She should be dead. Tell me the truth, she hissed.
She is my servant now, but a baby cannot serve me.
A quick, surprised smile jumped to his lips.
It was lucky, then, that I had traded with a human to gain the years of her life.
That's why she's older, Anova realized with a sick feeling. He'd given her daughter Anova's 18 human years. In the warped space of the afterlife, it must have seemed that much time to her in the second that Rietvar had given her infant Anova's own time. Rietvar bounded forward before he was done speaking. This time, she was ready for his lunge. She started to swing with her sword in one hand just before fainting to the opposite side. An arrow of searing light formed in the air above her just as she released it with a flick of her sword. It dragged across the side of his face, barely missing more flesh. Rietvar snarled at the injury.
You will suffer for such disrespect. Your souls will be mine.
He crouched low before he became a blur in the air again. Ice spears the size of her forearms soared above her head. Alice joined Hellmyr in trying to stop Rietvar as she spread black flames from her palms, but none of their attacks touched him. A shriek pierced the air, and Anova turned to see Alice bleeding from a gash along her arm. Some paces behind her, Cadmus's breath was coming shorter and shorter. By whatever magic Rietvar had changed their daughter, it appeared she'd gained unending stamina. For just a moment, he met Anova's eyes. Anova cradled the moonflower closer to her heart as she understood several things. First, their daughter hadn't been dead when she'd passed her to Rietvar. At least enough for her soul to move to the shrouded forest beyond their reach. Otherwise she'd likely have been lost to even Rietvar. No, it was the moon's presence here that had sparked enough life in her for her first cry. From there, Rietvar had given her the years of Anova's human life to form a servant who could be trained. Second, she understood that if one of their group died before they could reach the gateway, the moon would remain in the unliving world forever. The war would continue. The Fey realm would fall. With enough days of darkness, most of the Fey folk would die. With enough days of warfare, humankind would forget that they'd been anything but pillagers and murderers. It was then that Elisa's thin, sharp blade pierced through to the center of Cadmus's heart. He fell backwards into the dark forest behind them, and his sword clattered to the ground as the light of his magic faded from the steel. Anova ceased to think. She ran to Cadmus's side, but a low mist had already swept in from the forest and gathered about his body. "Cadmus!" she shouted. He didn't respond. "Cadmus!" "Face your enemy or die facing the ground," Elisa said suddenly as she came for her. Anova's heart tangled in her throat, but she pushed a white blast of magic from the blood crown at her. Elisa was thrown against the ground far from them, and Anova only took a second to see that she hadn't been seriously hurt before turning to heal Cadmus. But he was gone. Anova's heart drummed faster and faster as she scrambled among the brambles. A mist swirled about her fingers where she searched through the leaves and grass. He simply wasn't there anymore. She came to her feet, and her gaze jumped among the moving shapes inside the shadows beyond the glade. "Cadmus? Cadmus, please," she begged in a low voice. Nothing answered her but the whistling of the wind through the shadowed branches. "Cadmus, come back!" "Anova!" Alice shouted. Anova turned in time to see Elisa paces away from her, her sword high above. Anova's blade protected her and the moonflower, but only just so, as Elisa's steel glanced off hers.
Don't you realize who we are? Anova said through her teeth. The hurt of what she'd done to Cadmus still coursed through her. She was afraid that if she paid too much attention to it, it would bowl her over. We're your parents, Elisa. I have no parents. Elisa's brown eyes, ones that resembled Anova's and her own mother's, looked upon her with a coldness. But there was a truth there, too, she realized. I was abandoned before Lord Rietvar gave me shelter and training. I owe him my life. Anova stared. It all sounded suspiciously familiar. It's what I used to think before I escaped the Rosebud. It's what I thought after Mother died. I blamed her for dying. She looked to Rietvar. Hellmyr and Alice were both now bleeding from their fight. They couldn't last much longer like this, but she knew what to do now. Hellmyr tried to stagger to his feet where he'd been thrown against the pine tree that touched the sky. Rietvar had left Alice gasping in the dirt behind him when he turned and sprinted to finish off the Fey King. Rietvar's jaws opened to swallow Hellmyr whole. Anova drew from the energy of the moon in her palm until she couldn't take it anymore. The magic from the moon exploded from her in millions of tiny spikes landing in Rietvar's fur. The force pushed him from his deadly path enough to give Hellmyr the chance to run. She met him before Rietvar could continue his rampage. She forced the orb with the moonflower inside it into his arms. What are you doing? He panted. I can't guard this and fight him. He straightened as the rest of the battlefield came into focus. Where's Cadmus? Hellmyr, do you trust me? Anova said. She could barely keep her face from betraying what had happened, or from what she was going to do. But she couldn't risk him stopping her. We don't have time for this, Anova. Hellmyr's hand ran through his hair and came back bloodied. But there must have been something about her expression, because he added, Yes. Now what is it? Give me your brooch. Guard the moonflower and get it back. I'll take care of the rest, she said in a rush. Hellmyr had already given her the brooch before she'd finished speaking, and she was running again before he had the chance to respond. Elisa was back for the remainder of their duel, and it was all Anova could do to avoid her next attack even with her other hand freed. Every single strike aimed for her head or her heart. Rietvar had trained her in only deadly dueling, it seemed. Anger and grief tempted her to a bottomless abyss. How effortless it would be to fall here, she considered. No. The world she knew was worth fighting for. Suffering for, even. Maris, Della, and Nerium. Leicester and Leander. Juris and Hellmyr. Elisa. They deserved to live in safety and happiness. Elisa, I'm not your enemy, Anova said. Don't use my name, she said on the other side of her severe blade. You can't trick me into believing you know me. I knew you first, Anova said. A light smile came to her lips as she remembered holding her for the first time. But Elisa had pierced the air where she'd been a second ago. Anova's body could only last so long on her feet like this. Did you ever wonder how you got your name? Anova asked as Elisa drew blood from a laceration on her shoulder. Don't, she warned Anova. Don't speak your lies anymore. She's in there. I know it, Anova thought. I have to believe it. You were named for your father's mother. Her name was Alaris Wolfsbane. Tears blurred her vision, but her voice was steady. I didn't get a chance to give you your second one. It would have been my mother's. You have her kind brown eyes. Elisa stopped and stared. Her eyes went wide, and Anova recognized the emotion there with a jolt. I can't, Elisa said suddenly. I can't listen to you. He'll hurt me. She held the edge of her sword at Anova's throat, frozen between them. Slowly, Anova extended her hand until it met the one Elisa used to hold the weapon's handle. She swallowed. One wrong move, and it would be over. She squeezed her daughter's hand. I love you, Elisa. Never forget that. Anova pushed the bee's stinger into Elisa's wrist. Chapter 71. Elisa slackened and fell into Anova's waiting arms as she kicked her daughter's deadly sword out of reach. Elisa's steady, even breaths tickled Anova's face. Hellmyr had explained how the brooch worked during their ride through the Eastwoe gloom woods. Someone skilled at measuring their own magic could deliver a specific amount of the paralyzing toxin within the enchanted bee. With this amount, she'd ensured her daughter had fallen into unconsciousness. If Anova were correct, she wouldn't remember any of this wretched place when she returned to the living realm and was shed of her artificial age. Rietvar circled her two injured companions. Though they'd gained the power of the moon back and the source of their fey magic, it was only a matter of time before Rietvar devoured them like a cat playing with terrified mice. I need your help, she said as she closed her eyes and focused her energy. I need someone to guard her. Malor morphed from a phantom image to a solid presence before her, and she shifted Elisa into his arms. His red eyes were dull. You're certain you want to do this? His strange voice asked her. Yes, you won't hurt her, she said, though she knew he'd meant it in another sense as well. Malor nodded. He knew her heart, so he knew what to do next. Nearby, Hellmyr had been knocked to the ground. He was panting, and one of his pant legs had been torn to reveal sticky blood running from an ugly gash. The moonflower was cupped in his palm, and it casted a gentle glow across his bloodied face. Alice stood between him and Rietvar as her black flames lashed at him like solid whips. They had no ground to give as they were pushed against the shrouded forest. Rietvar pawed the ground around them, slowly closing the distance. I never thought to see it. A witch protecting the king of Fae. Last we spoke, you were mortal enemies. I was wrong, Alice said. In her eyes was a dark expression. Now allow me to show you something else you've never seen, Dreadwolf. One of her whips slipped past his claws and found his neck, wrapping tightly around it like a noose. Her hand turned to a fist as it closed around the other end of it as the whip snaked through his fur. Rietvar clawed at the magicked whip, struggling as it tightened further. Just as Alice helped Hellmyr to his feet, Rietvar gave a trickling laugh. He tugged on the whip past the black flames that seared down it, bringing Alice dragging across the ground. Anova was already running, but it was too late. Rietvar had already grabbed the witch in one of his clawed hands. The razor tips touched where her ribs were, primed to dig deep into her flesh. Alice struggled, but he'd pinned her hands against her body. It's over for you, he said to Hellmyr. Drop the flower. It's too late to pretend you don't care if she dies. Anova's heart galloped faster than she could keep up. Slowly, Hellmyr crouched to the ground, his teeth bared at the monster before him. But he placed the token of the moon between them as he'd ordered. No more, Anova chanted in her head. No more of them will die. I vow it. Before Rietvar could reach for the moonflower, Anova launched the sword she'd made of light and fire through the arm that held Alice prisoner. He twisted in a rare show of pain and shock as he dropped the witch on the ground. He hadn't expected her to live from her duel with Elisa, she realized grimly. Leave! She shouted at the other two. You have to go now! Malor is at the lake already. He'll help activate the gateway with some of my magic. You're not coming, Hellmyr said simply, He stared at her. Between Cadmus's disappearance and her request for the bee brooch, he seemed to have pieced together her plan. Tears beaded along her eyelids, but she had to focus on getting the three of them out of here, no matter the cost to herself. "Go!" she said to them. Anova barely dodged Rietvar's next lunge. As they ran past with the moon's token, Alice's hand found her shoulder and Anova held it there for a moment. They didn't have time for words anymore, but this was important. "Ask Nerium to look after her," Anova said. Alice nodded to her before sprinting after Hellmyr to the lake. Rietvar turned to follow them, but Anova blocked him with her body and loosed a bolt of searing heat. He snapped his teeth, and her magic dissipated before it touched him.
"She is mine by rights, Anova."
She had to distract him long enough to give them a chance to leave this place, but she was precariously close to surrendering to grief. Do it for her. At least I'll be with Cadmus soon enough. It was only these thoughts that kept her from running after Alice and Hellmyr. Rietvar bounded after them. At the same time, she felt Malor draw energy from her for the spell and nearly sank to her knees as she formed a cord of light in her palm. Dizziness assaulted her, but she pushed past it. She tried the same tactic Alice had by throwing the looped cord after him, but missed Rietvar's neck by a wide margin. Instead, the cord of light snagged on one of his hind legs. His razor teeth easily bit through the magic, but it had had the desired effect. A dark emotion flared in his gaze. He began to round on her, pushing her towards the shrouded forest. His teeth showed in what looked oddly like a grin. It was out of place for his body, though.
"You always were one of my favorite mortals, Anova. I had wanted the chance to shape and mold my own servant, but..." Darkness gleamed in his eyes. "With all the hours of eternity you face here, I think it will make little difference after I'm done with you. The only question is, will it take one lifetime to form you? Or 10?
A chill gripped Anova, but she couldn't give in to it now. He hadn't struck her yet, though she knew the attack would come any time. It would be something to disable her and keep her from fleeing, she realized. Otherwise, he would have ripped her apart by now. "When I was trying to understand your motives for our bargain, I came across an old fey tale that told of how death came to be," Anova said. At her words, Rietvar's smile fell from his face. "I couldn't fathom what you wanted," she continued. "You'd denied the blood crown as an offering, but you were interested in such things like the years of my life as a human, or the lifeblood of the Fey King."
"I am death, purveyor of souls. Why wouldn't these things please me?"
"That's not what I mean," Anova shook her head. "In the Fey tale, the hunter won the contest but was tricked into taking on the burdens of death for an eternity. He was taken from his life as a mortal, from his rivals, from his family." Mist pooled at her feet as she took another step back. She had no farther to go now. "You are envious of the lives of mortals, of the warmth in our lives," Anova said. She shook her head and clarified. "You bargained for a baby because you were lonely." Rietvar's lips pulled back to show all his teeth.
"You will not taunt me."
He aimed a crushing bite not at her face but at her legs. It was then that the magic from the blood crown left her entirely. Chapter 72. As Rietvar's wide maw opened to rip her apart, a body launched from the mist-drenched forest behind her and stuck a sword inside the dread wolf's throat. At once, Cadmus released the blade as he pulled Anova against him.
Her fingers scrambled over his skin until she found what she was looking for. A heartbeat. "Cadmus," she whispered. "You're here. You're really here." "I know. I'm sorry I was gone. It was a maze I thought I'd never get out of." He held her back tightly. "I almost." He shook his head. She pulled herself from him suddenly. "You have to go. You'll miss the gateway closing." Cadmus stared back at her. "You're coming with me." Riedvar spat out the blade and an odd sludge that must have been his blood. He crushed the blade like brittle leaves under his claws. He smiled, though there was an edge to it. "Oh, which one to keep and which to dispose of? We can't have the both of you here." Without warning, Anova lunged forward to grab a shard of the broken sword to stab at Riedvar. It was the only way she could think of to give Cadmus an opening. There was no magic left inside her, and that scared her more than death in that moment. But she had to try. She had to give Cadmus this last gift. "Anova, no!" Cadmus shouted and shoved himself between them as Riedvar raised his hand tipped in razors. It would be a killing shot. Suddenly, Riedvar froze before them. A golden searing light enveloped him. It wasn't until Anova saw the Fae hovering behind him that she understood. Her golden tresses spread from her like rays of moonlight. Her eyes were like jewels of the sea as she stared through to Anova. On her head was a crown that matched hers exactly. It was the Fae princess of legend, the first possessor of the blood crown and the one who had began the curse by killing her father in retribution for her human lover. Riedvar struggled against the magic before saying, "Leave me to my business, princess. You are but a phantom." "No, Riedvar," she said. "What I am now was caused by you, but a phantom that is not. As I sank from the weight of my stones, bearing my curse with me into death, you took the bloodied crown from my head and gave it to another Fae. I have persisted for far longer than I needed, watching countless crowned Fae sicken themselves with hunger, greed, bloodthirstiness, and paranoia." Riedvar tried to say something, but cords of light had been bound about his mouth like a muzzle. Her hands turned to fists. The Fae princess stared down at them. "Go. Leave this cursed place and the misery here. I am strong enough to hold him only for so long." Anova beheld the princess. Past the boundless fury, grief was plain on her face. She recognized it so easily now. She wasn't sure what spurred her to speak, but the words were free before she could stop herself. "You couldn't join with him. Not even in death," Anova said. She knew she should be running, but her heart ached for their doomed love and the nightmare the princess was condemned to for eternity. "Because of the crown, I am denied rest." She looked to the shrouded forest where darkness moved at her gaze. "I can't dream of him." The ends to Riedvar's claws started to twitch where he was frozen before them. Cadmus pulled her away some steps, but Anova stopped and set the crown on the earth. This was the answer, she realized. She hadn't known until she'd heard the princess speak. Golden light surged where she placed the artifact down. "So long as I am allowed to keep the life granted to me by it, as well as safe passage through your lake, I surrender my hold on the blood crown," Anova declared. The Fae princess's eyes filled with golden tears before she closed them. Anova remembered what the Fae princess had told her once before. "I want to break the curse." The Fae princess had stared back at her. "Such a thing is impossible." All this time, she'd lived 100 lifetimes.
watching Fae murdering their own brothers for the cursed object that kept her from a peaceful death. She spoke now, blurring with Anova's memory of her. I was wrong to doubt your hope, Anova, but this means my form will linger only a little bit longer. I can help you no more. This time, Anova ran with Cadmus across the glade where the princess's lake was. Though their friends were gone by now, a gentle mist had risen above the surface of the water. The shadows in the trees moved faster now, as if they too knew what was happening. Hold tight to me no matter what. We'll go in together, Cadmus said breathlessly to her. I love you so much. I love you too, Cadmus, she said back as their hands wound tightly together. They stood on a sharp ledge just above it. Together, they jumped into the black depths of the lake. Epilogue. 6 months later. Juris was laughing at Anova's sour face as she pushed away the pint of ale. She should have known by the smell not to try it, but she hadn't wanted to insult him by not drinking what he and Hellmyr had brought them as gifts. In her defense, she hadn't had human food in months. It didn't help that it was swill from the last chance. She was tempted to remind him that it was probably bad luck to laugh at a bride on her wedding night until she remembered something. Sweet Dellen, she cooed, recalling the alias he'd once used in their cons. Who is that strange figure you've brought down with you from our room? She pretended to gasp as Hellmyr raised his hands before him like claws and exposed his teeth like a monster. The Gloom King of Fae smirked at her fake reaction. I have stolen your fiancé for my own, poor human girl. Hellmyr and Anova laughed until a smile came to Juris's lips. They were seated along a wide table with drinks, fruits, breads, skewered meats, cheese spreads, and more arranged along its length. The moon had just risen, and she felt the magic surge in her at its fullness. Wasn't it you who once told me that the worse it tastes, the better it works? Juris asked her. Anova was about to open her mouth to answer when she smelled something familiar. This time, Anova stood before Della assaulted her in a bone-shattering hug. I trust the three of you are doing well, Anova managed to gasp. Better than we deserve, Della said. Congratulations, Anova. We're so happy for the two of you. Despite having just arrived on the Wolfsbane property, Elisa was already gleefully in Maris's arms. In only a few months, the two had developed a deep bond. Thank you, Anova said after she'd been released. She tickled Elisa's nose until she made her laugh. I see Nerium found the other two. Elisa had been with Cadmus while Leander had helped prepare him for their ceremony. Lately, she'd been enamored with Cadmus's ability to form bubbles on the air. Anova frowned as she remembered how Leander had arrived to Wolfsbane Manor alone. She'd invited Lycasta by butterfly wing, a token of amicability on her part, or so she'd intended. But she felt the Fey lady wasn't coming. How is the thorn and bramble? Anova asked. Maris moved Elisa to her other side. We've done quite a bit of work on the building. I don't think you'd recognize it even. Many of the others are staying on to run it. Anova smiled at that. She and Juris had given the deed to the rosebud to these two, who had then given the remaining profits to the workers and closed the brothel. From there, they'd started to work to reopen the building as a breakfast-themed inn. She'd heard they'd even partnered with Mara's bakery. Della added, We've decided to stay in Fae for the next few months and for your coronation. We figured you'll be busy enough as a new queen and king that this one could use another playmate or two. Cadmus will be delighted to hear it. I know he's missed Nerium, Anova said. She squeezed their hands. She still hadn't gotten used to the titles of Spring King and Queen of Fae. Their coronation was only a month away, and this would likely be the last night she'd see so much of her friends before she was officially crowned as one of the rulers of Fae. Fae were at work renovating the old facilities in Westwald for a castle that would become the heart of their court. Anova still wasn't convinced she was ready for the position. Her hand flew to her head in a familiar gesture, but there was nothing atop it. She covered the movement up by replacing a stray hair back inside her elaborate braid. It had been 6 months since the 5 of them had woken on the shore of a calm lake in the Soralands not far from here. Elisa had cried immediately, and Anova's heart had nearly hammered out of her chest to hear it. By how she'd understood the rules of the Blood Crown, she'd assumed the spectre known as Malor had returned to the crown as nothing more than mist again. It had been her single regret from giving up the Blood Crown. But Leander had related to her whispers of an antlered fae spotted in Farstar. It was one of the many things on her list of things to investigate after their lives calmed again. Maris pulled closer to Anova. Elisa grabbed for Anova's free hand and she let her pat her palm. A certain witch we know is tied up in negotiations with the human king, though she sends her regards tonight to the Spring Queen and King. Anova held her shoulder. Have they agreed to it? A ceasefire had been called months ago, but the humans had been slow to declare aggressions over entirely. They were reluctant to trust such claims of restructuring within Fae society, and Anova knew why. Never before had Fae had more than a single tyrannical ruler. By splitting Fae into 2 courts, Farstar and Eastwoe in one and Westwald in the Soralands in the other, they had established 2 separate houses of power. Maris said, Still not officially, but views are changing even in Urbes. The dissolution of the tariffs seemed to have made the biggest difference, as has Alice's voice. Anova nodded. It was going better than she could have hoped, she knew, but she dreamed of how reality could be. One day, Anova hoped that the border between Fae and the human lands would become little more than a formality or line on a paper, rather than the strictly guarded area it needed to be for now. Already they'd established laws protecting humankind in Fae, but the real work would begin after her and Cadmus's coronation. Soft, feathery wings brushed against her face until insectile legs found hold of her nose. She looked up at Viridia and greeted her. It wasn't until she saw that Viridia had her new friends behind her that she realized they had a new guest. A trail of 3 gray moths took to the air as her butterfly friend followed after them, leaving Anova's face. Lycasta stepped down from her oversized moth, her lilac dress following in a cascade. The others' conversation had quieted, but Anova went to her side and greeted the Fae lady. Please share our table. They should be down soon, Anova said. Thank you, Anova, she murmured. She sat across the table from Hellmyr and Juris as her moths came to rest their wings in her hair. Before she could reseat herself, a frenzied rhythm of gallops upon the earth caught her ear. The last 3 of their party broke into her line of sight as they crested a hill behind the estate. Though it was difficult to tell from this distance which was Cadmus, she knew with a certainty which figure he was as he came down the valley before the others. Nerium had almost overtaken him in the last few seconds with a silver-maned horse, and Leander trailed just behind them with an ebony steed opposite to his brother's white and gray one. Cadmus's laugh was sharp on the air as he accused them. It's not a fair race if you've allowed me to win. Nerium's smile was dazzling. She felt sure that he could feel Della and Maris's gaze on him. It was never fair. You're forgetting who taught you how to not fall off a horse. He was breathtaking, And all over again she remembered how she'd fallen so deeply in love with Cadmus. As he approached her, she could barely think. His dark hair had been tousled by the wind, but no other part of him seemed fatigued from the ride. He wore a gardenia bloom pinned to his inky blue jacket that matched the ones in her hair. When his eyes met hers, he ran to her, swirling her skirts around them as they kissed. As their guests reveled in the moonlight and delight that laced the air, the moon had nearly come to its zenith. It was time. None of the others seemed to notice when Cadmus and Anova slipped out from the center of the celebrations. Hand in hand, they walked from the riotous joy in their honor until they could hear them no longer. Cadmus led her under a flowering crepe myrtle tree. Ruffled petals scattered along their hair and shoulders as they dedicated promises to each other in silver moonstream. At the end, Anova kissed him fully and deeply, and her heartbeat scattered like it was the first time they'd done so. When they pulled apart, she stilled. "What is it?" Cadmus asked. Dancing in the air above them were 2 Luna moths. The moonlight fell on them, and for just a moment, golden light followed after their quivering forms like phantoms. These were no ordinary moths like the ones following Lycasta. It reminded her of the aura that had surrounded the Fey princess when Anova had seen her for the last time. Anova clutched Cadmus's hand close. "I think it can't be, but I think it's them," Anova whispered. "The Fey princess and her human lover." The breeze carried more ruffled petals, but it didn't seem to affect the Luna moths. They watched as the 2 floated higher and higher until they could be seen no more. This concludes The War of the Wicked by Joy Lewis. Narrated by Grace Noble. Copyright 2024 by Joy Lewis. Production copyright by Joy Lewis.